You did that just to confuse you. I said it was just to confuse you.
They call it the thought. Well, too.
It's one to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody tell.
That's a restricted multi. Has everybody signed in? Yeah, people, okay. What else? Are we all set? All right, let's call the meeting to order, please. Let the record note that Mark Gurman is excused. First item is meeting minutes from January 10th and January 31st. Those aren't complete, I believe, right?
Those are not complete, she's supposed to be incomplete in the first one.
Okay.
She's
Motion,
supposed to-
motion to skip over item 2, move on to item 3.
So move.
Okay, Joe second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Great. First item of the agenda, two major,
Just who moved and who seconded?
OJ made the motion, Joe seconded it.
Okay.
First item on the agenda, two major subdivisions related. Ethan Cooney. Let's see. Application number 1 for major subdivision of vacant land at the top of Mansion Hill, at termination of Mansion Hill Drive and Valley View Lane, divided in 1 lot into 10 lots, 4 lots for duplexes, and 6 lots for single family residence, SFR. Applicant property owner, ILR McManus, DBA Fluid Bridge LLC, Aero Total Construction Solutions Company, Mockingbird Lane, Kingston, New Hampshire, 03848. Applicant property owner's agent, Ethan Conley, 16 Kayla Avenue, Salem, New Hampshire, 03079. Applicant surveyor, James M. Laval, LLS, 2 Starwood Drive, Hampstead, New Hampshire, 03841. Applicant's engineer, Keith Curran, PE, Polar Engineering Inc., 3 Executive Park Suite, 3 Executive Parks Drive, Suite 202, Bedford, New Hampshire, 03110. Property of Mansion Hill, land only, map 114, lot 4903-00-00000, 6.81 acres. Rural residential district, minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet, 0.34 acres. Proposal to create 10 parcels for 4 duplexes and 6 single-family residences with access to the proposed developments provided from Mansion Hill Drive and Valley View Lane, depending on the location of the individual lots. Lot 1, let's just list all the lots and the lot sizes. Application 2, major subdivision of land on Mansion Hill at termination of White Birch Lane, dividing 1 lot into 18 lots for 18 single-family residences, SFI. Applicant property owner.
What is that? Actually, that needs to be corrected. I thought I corrected everywhere, but I didn't. There's gonna be 1 duplex, and 17 single family residences.
1 duplex and 17 single-family residences. 18 lots total. Applicant property owner, Sean D. Conley, DBA C2 Equity Partners LLC, DBA Lincoln Valley Development LLC, 7 Colchester Road, Wyndham, New Hampshire, 03087. C2 Equity Partners LLC, registered agent's name is Andrew L. Chair, Esquire Nixon Peabody LLP, 900 Elm Street, Manchester, New Hampshire, 03101. Applicant property owner's agent, Ethan Conley, 16 Kayla Ave, Salem, New Hampshire, 03079. Applicant surveyor, James M. Laval, LLS, 2 Starwood Drive, Hampstead, New Hampshire, 03841. Applicant's engineer, Keith Curran, PE, Bowler Engineering Incorporated, 3 Executive Park Drive, Suite 202, Bedford, New Hampshire, 03110. Property Mansion Hill, land only, map 114, lot 49, 10.11 acres. rural residential R district, minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet or 0.34 acres. The property includes an existing pump house building and associated wells. And the proposals again, to create 18 parcels, 17 parcels for 17 single-family residents. It's a one parcel for duplex with access to the proposed development provided from an extension of White Birch Lane. And let's see, this is the lots and the sizes again. Road and infrastructure also create an extension to White Birch Lane with associated infrastructure. Two proposals together to create a total of 28 parcels with 5 duplexes and 23 single-family residences with access to the proposed development provided from Mansion Hill Drive, White Birch Lane, Valley View Lane, depending on the location of the individual lots. Upon finding application meets submission requirements of the Lincoln subdivision regulations, board will vote to accept each application as complete at a public hearing on the, and a public hearing on the merits of the proposal will follow immediately. Should a decision not be reached at the public hearing, the applications will stay on the planning board agenda until such time as the applications are either approved or disapproved.
Good evening, board. Good to see you again. Keith Coven, Pole Engineering.
Okay.
I'm also here, the property owners, Ethan, Kyle, and Shauna here, and also attorney Derek Lip.
Okay.
So, this morning I submitted, responses to the technical, review letter. Then also we have received, the engineering comment letter from KV Partners, which were in the process of addressing and revising the plans. We didn't get them in time early enough to, address all the comments and update the plans before this hearing. So we are in the process of doing that. So, as of right now, we don't have any revised plans to submit. Again, we're in that process. So I presented last time, what the proposal was.
Okay. So we have the,
And I think the idea was that he was going to be able to get answers to.
we're gonna go through the memorandum. So I have several versions. So February 8th, 2024 is the most recent.
There should be a revised one, yeah,
It says February 8th, 2024 revised.
yeah.
And then the cover sheet says February 13th, so I'm assuming this is the right one.
Right.
Yeah, just the cover sheet.
But technical,
It's the same one.
technical review, right?
Same.
Actually, they've submitted a response to it.
Right, that's new to me.
Does everyone have that?
Everyone went from 119.
Dated today.
It's that packet that was sitting there and we've got. Yes.
Does it
No,
have
no,
a seat
that's
next
right.
to Stuart?
That's right. Oh,
And you're welcome
right.
to take
That's the answer.
these
Yeah.
2 red chairs and slide them over there and line them up, so you don't have to stand in the back.
That's the answer.
Oh, the Mr. won the game.
What?
The ball game, the Mr. won the game.
I got it.
So that's one of yours. So
So why don't we go through this item by item, and you can offer your comments. Ownership of roadway and utilities needs to be clarified. Note that there are tie-ins to public utilities within the existing rights of way, Mansion Hill Drive, Valley View Lane, as well as extensions of roadways and utilities, White Birch Lane for public ways into private property. Clear delineation of ownership should be understood before final approval. If privately owned, appropriate HOA and easement documents should be drafted for town review and approval.
So our response was there'd actually be 2 separate HOAs, created. One would be for the end of Mansion Hill Drive, those lots 1 through 5. And then also another HOA for the White Birch Lane extension. So those HOA would be responsible for the road maintenance, the utilities, maintenance, and also the stormwater maintenance, including the basins. So obviously we'll create those, easement
Excuse me?
docs.
You can't go a bit down the noise, you can barely hear.
So yeah,
We have a little
we'll create those HOA docs and easement docs and provide those to the town for review.
Okay,
I'm not trying to be directed, but
No, that's okay. I can talk louder. Is that better?
someone ask the board as we go through this, if anyone has any questions.
does Ray have a copy of the responses as well?
Yes,
And he's on.
You ready to move on to comment one?
Excuse me, Jim, it's Ray.
Okay, hi Ray. Did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. If I could just interject. I had a conversation with Nate about the Mansion Hill extension here.
Hold on, we can't hear you too well.
Okay, hold on.
We're turning up the TV, Ray.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Keep going.
They go for it.
All set? That better?
Keep going up.
Okay,
All right.
go ahead, try again.
Okay, how's that? Good?
So, yeah, start over, we can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, so on Mansion Hill, as Keith was mentioning, they're proposing a homeowners association on Mansion Hill Drive.
The echo.
So what, I just want to make the board aware that, hello?
Go ahead.
Try again.
We get reverb.
Okay, so I'll start from the top then. So I had a conversation with Nate Hadaway, DPW director, regarding the possibility of the town taking ownership over the extension on Mansion Hill Drive. Simply because I think, and Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're only proposing to extend it about 130 feet, 120 to 130 feet.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure it makes sense to have 130 feet in the hands of the homeowners association. Given that it's such a short distance, it might be advantageous for the town to own that little portion of it. So that way the town would have full ownership on all of Mansion Hill Drive. And it seems to me that would be a logical decision in terms of ownership responsibilities. Of course, the road would go in accordance with town standards, same thing with the utilities. So Nate seemed to be in favor of that. Okay, so no, if I could just so no final decision was made on that. So we can, if the board would like, after we finalize our discussions on that and finalize the design around it, we can certainly come back to the board with a recommendation if you'd like.
Anyone have any questions so far?
That piece, where they put the 150 feet of road in, is their expense or town expense?
I believe it'd be at their expense.
Oh, the road would be at their expense, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Clarify it. Make sure.
Anyone have other questions? Comment two. Consideration should be given to ensuring the wetlands are preserved and protected as they offer attenuation of gradient stormwater flows through the site that discharge to the stream running parallel to Pollard Road and ultimately to the culvert located behind the Father Roger Bilodeau Community Center at 194 Pollard Road. Note that the parking lot at the community center has flooded in the past due to overtopping of the culvert. Clear understanding of it, if and how these areas will be protected from future impact should be understood before final approval. If areas are to be set aside, appropriate easement documents should be drafted for town review and approval. Easement documents shall be recorded in the Grafton County Register of Deeds.
So the road was located and designed to minimize direct impacts to the wetlands, so that's the way it was designed. We didn't want to impact the least amount. Also to note that for the drainage analysis, we are not increasing runoff rates or volume to the wetlands. Therefore, there'll be no adverse effect or impact to that existing culvert based on our development. So we are not proposing to designate any set aside any of the wetlands in conservation easement. But it is my understanding that any of these landowners would have to come to the town to do anything obviously on their property, and then they are not allowed, you can basically not allow them to touch the wetlands. So I don't see the reason for us to have to set aside a conservation easement.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I'd like to get Ray's comment about
Yeah.
that.
Fine.
So,
Ray, can you comment?
yep, so I guess the concern that we had here was, again, as we articulated before, the the wetlands complex, it's on the, in the development, really, provides a lot of attenuation of runoff coming off of the mountainside. So, you have historically had problems at the culvert, downstream of the development at the culvert at the community center. So, obviously, it would be advantageous to maximize maximize the probability that that wetland complex will be maintained in its natural state. So the concern that we would have would be that conceivably, once it could have 5 years from now, one of the property owners could say, you know, I want to put a shed out there. I'm going to go to the DES. I'm going to go get a wetlands permit, and they get a minimum impact permit. And the abutting property owner does the same thing. So on and so forth. So, you know, again, I would rely on the town's attorney to maybe weigh in on this, but there should be a conservation easement vehicle that you could probably implement and overlay that wetland complex so that it stays preserved irregardless of what the property owner wants to do. So those details would have to be worked out, but we would envision that as being certainly something to take a look at.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, I have a question. This is Paul. In your memorandum from 1/19 of 24, you cite several things about calculations for the 25-year storm event are in error, and some of the other calculations that they used were also their values were different than what yours were or something.
Yeah.
Does that have any effect on this?
No, because at the end of the day, they're gonna have to achieve the net zero runoff between pre and post development. And so what you're referring to is, I don't know specifically what comment you're referring to, but in general, those comments are around there might be a disagreement over the infiltration rate or you know, what we see as, you know, the size of a subcatchment area, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, we'll work with Keith and his group to get resolution on any of the technical issues. So what I'm talking about here is trying to, I guess the question on the table, I think, is what is the best vehicle to preserve that wetland complex in perpetuity? So maybe the applicants, I believe the applicant's attorney is there. Maybe they can make some suggestions. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I had a question on the calculation of how the stormwater runoff is being made. Is that just dealing with the roadways that are being built in the runoff from that, or are you factoring in the load that's going to be created when houses are built and
We factor in full load from the driveways in the houses,
driveways?
roadways, all of it.
Okay, and what is the size of the house or footprint of the house that you're using for that calculation?
What is shown on the plans, I don't have them, there's a couple of different sizes out there, I don't have memorized, but whatever's shown on the plan, that's the size that we're using.
Okay, so those just aren't artist renditions or projected, that's the limit that
That would
was
be the
made.
limit, so they
or-
can't come and build something that has a square footage that has a larger footprint, that would therefore increase the runoff, correct? So they're
Okay.
capped by that footprint,
Okay,
correct? That's
and
not necessarily the home they'll build, but that's the largest home footprint they can build.
that's the largest
Correct.
footprint, and they
Yep.
can use that same square footage, maybe in a different design or angle or whatever.
Correct, but.
Okay,
Yes.
And the driveways are either in that location or nearby, but it's again, the same impervious area.
Exactly, yeah, so we check the drivers, make sure they're safe and able to do the turnarounds and everything, but again, they were to try to do an extra, like say they wanted to build more driveway to park a camper there or a trailer, they wouldn't be able to, because again, that would increase the impervious on the site, which therefore would change the drainage calculations.
Okay,
So it's a cap, those are like those areas, the largest they can do, smaller obviously than, but obviously less runoff, more. Or each side.
And these restrictions will be in the HOA documents.
I'm sure those probably written in there, I'm not sure, I don't write HOA documents, but I mean, they could obviously be added.
Yeah,
Added to
I mean-
those, I would think, yes.
We're gonna use that basis, it needs to have teeth.
Well, I think Derek is here, you could ask him.
So I will answer that. This is Derek Lick. I'm with the Orin Reno Law Office. I'm here with the applicant tonight. To the extent that it's approved based on this plan showing these calculations, it wouldn't have to be in an HOA document. The town has control over that. If they overbuild, you guys could not issue the permit. So you would have control to not issue a CO for their audit square footage on either the roads or the houses.
Someone have any thoughts on that? Carol, you
Yeah, the concern I would have with that is not at the beginning when they're building the house. It's 5 years down the road when they buy an RV 36 feet long and they're gonna extend the driveway by 36 feet to park it. That would create a new impervious surface that, we all know that once this passes a few years after year, people don't pay attention to that anymore, and you might have again, a cause of additional water. Would one RV do it? Probably not, but as people do RVs and gazebos and decks and fireplace pits, and that can add up.
Well, to the extent the town is concerned about that. I'm not sure an HOA document is gonna solve your problem. You're basically put the enforcement in the HOA's hands. It would give you any authority to do it. Other which you've already got, just to enforce the plan as proposed. So I haven't talked with the client about whether they wanna,
okay, I think your
HOA
client
documents
had his
very-
hand up.
but in any event. I don't think it is necessary because you guys have that authority, but we'll let the client talk.
Ethan Conley with Wood Ridge and Kansas Valley Development, for the record. We talked about this, I think, at the last meeting, it was mentioned, we have the wetlands delineated on the survey, they're calculated very accurately down to the, I don't want to say inch, but foot anyways. I think we'd be more than happy to create some kind of easement on that. Do not disturb easement over the whole thing. We just wouldn't want to have to be in a position where we police it, and also that it's in the HOA, so we'd be more than happy to work with the town on recording an easement. Where there's a do not disturb, and I think that's pretty simple, but to pull it into the HOA, we're kind of hesitant to do that, so if we can work together to create that document, we're more than happy to.
So I can speak to that as well as I think you folks know for South Peak. We were able to come up with essentially a non-disturbance easement in that fashion where the town was a beneficiary of that easement, had the rights to enforce. I'm expecting I could do the exact same type of thing here. Ray signed off on the last one, I think town council did. So we almost have a template. It's just a matter of identifying in the easement what areas are covered. I think that's easily done.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, can you include it as a condition of?
Yeah. Okay. Comment 3. Clarity should be sought as to the ownership and long-term operation and maintenance responsibilities of permanent stormwater management facilities. If privately owned, appropriate HOA and easement documents should be tracked for town review, approval easement documents. I think I already read this one. Should be recorded, oh no, easement documents shall be recorded in the Grafton County Registry of Deeds.
So it's a similar comment, but yes, so down on, if it's in Mansion Hill, that's gonna be a essentially a town road, we can talk about that, I mean, that way it's a little different than we discussed before, but. If that basin is gonna be under some kind of HOA, maintenance with the town for that one, down the other road, where it's gonna be all HOA. That, again, that basin would fall within the maintenance, that responsibility of that HOA.
Any board member have any questions? Ray, do you have any further comment?
I do not.
Number 4. Consideration should be given to requiring performance bonds for protection of town-owned infrastructure and site restoration in the event that the project is abandoned after commencement of construction note that the project is located in an established residential neighborhood. I See by your comment, you're pretty much in agreement with that.
Yep.
Anyone have any further questions?
Who was the? Who releases the bond when it's done?
We have a hearing.
So it's a planning board that will release the bond when it's done.
If you
ever
do you
build up-
wait to the end, or is there a way you can do like releases along the way? I
No,
think
I
in
think
the
it's
past
done
experience, like you don't have to wait all the way to the its end, like you can do, a couple of releases on the way.
We still
as
have
progress
to have a
made.
hearing on it.
So-
Did you have a question, Danielle?
I was just thinking that it should be done at the very end. Just to ensure that it's complete.
Well, I think what he's saying, if one
Yeah,
subdivision was built out, then we.
Would that-
Release that out of the bond, but
should be different bonds for.
As we post the whole bond, and put on the page, I'm saying that they say certain, this is a detailed thing, right? There's certain things that have to be done as soon as things are complete, if. We like actually then do a bond release, partial bond release, at some point, that's fine, it's just, they wanna hold the bond for. We're 90% done, you know what I mean, at some point along the line,
Well-
don't wanna wait for the last thing to be, the bond
Well-
to be fully released.
Yeah, we have had a problem up in Forest Ridge, right, with the roads where. The grading and the homeowner association did not want the bond released until it was all done because of construction traffic.
Yep.
That was going through there, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I
well,
think,
the butters, they'll be able to speak at the hearing.
right, but I would think we would want to hold the bond until the project's complete.
Are you talking about the whole East Bay, Philly, or incremental bond?
Not the whole thing. Because if they're bonding, depends on what the bond is for. If it's just for the town-owned part of the infrastructure, then you can release when that part's done. But if the bond is for making sure that the roads are complete to a certain extent, per phase or whatever, then you might want to have it when it's all done, because
Yeah.
each additional phase could bring problems with prior phase, whether it's paving or whatever, whatever it might be, like we had up Forest Ridge.
Technically, this is two separate subdivisions, so we could have split the bond in two.
Right.
Okay, so go ahead, Joe.
What Paul said makes sense, because remember what happened at Mountain Lakes
Cable.
in Haverhill? The developer went in, did all infrastructure, and he bailed out the town of Bridgewater, the Haverhill area. They had to put water and sewer in for the people that had built the new houses, whereas the people in town didn't have any water and sewer, but they had to pay for new people coming in for water and sewer. We gotta be careful how we do this. Everybody pays.
Well, it's cost of doing business, that's why I look at it. Yeah,
All right, so we need to work out the terms of the bond.
right, and that should be either in conditions or it should be part of the approval, one or the other.
It'll definitely be a condition, so that would be worked out as a condition if they were to get approval. Okay, Ray, did you have anything further on that?
No, I don't.
Okay. State, item 5, state and federal permits are required for the project. It is our understanding that the applicant is awaiting town review prior to submitting required permit applications. Since the subdivision is subject to revision based on review by other agencies, the planning board should consider withholding approval until there is clarity that changes made through the state and federal permitting process are de minimis.
Correct, so we do need state and federal permits, we haven't submitted for any yet, we're waiting to basically get. Through Ray's comments, the technical review comments, and get to a place where they're basically there, we'll submit to the state permits, and then. We're just looking for the condition of the approval, that obviously obviously before we start, we have to have all our state and federal permits. We don't wanna hold up the approval for them, but we realize that if there's any change that come from the state comments. That again, you guys obviously will get, obviously get those plans and comments and so forth, we'll have to revise the plans. But we just want to get the approval, and have it be conditional.
Okay,
So-
Paul, you had hand up?
Yeah, I mean, although that's been a practice in the past, town has done that. But I certainly think that I agree with Ray that I don't think permits should be, approval should be given until all of the permits are in hand.
Mhm.
Cause then you're not waiting while they're constructing, and then things happen, because things do happen sometimes, and if the approvals don't get done beforehand, so it really makes sense to have approvals prior, before we give approval. And with there, we can see that they have a DOT, whatever you may have, it's not just speaking about this project, but I think that we should, that's what we should
I
do.
mean. In the past, we've given conditional approval and they don't get their state and federal permits, they don't get started.
They don't get, no. I think what he's saying is that they can start,
No, we can't.
you can't
We cannot
start,
No, they can't start with.
We can't start construction if we have all lost state permits.
You know, then they'd have to run it by the staff, if there any changes. And they felt they were more than de minimis, we'd have another hearing.
but who decides if it's de minimis at that point?
They can bring it by the board and we can have discussion.
I mean, is it technical review committee that? Says
Done
it's de
with other-
minimis,
other
or is,
places where the board has weighed in whether the changes were de minimis or not.
Well, usually if we have any question, we come to you in.
all right, I'm just clarifying.
No, that's fine.
I don't know, I like the idea of having everything together, then it, okay. You know, stand up.
It makes more sense, but
Keith, what the permits, it's alteration, drain,
Dredge and fill. And then the sewer connection for it.
yeah, so
is there wetlands on this?
It's dredge and fill for the roadways only, we have to impact some wetlands, so we'll have to have dredge and
So
fill.
the alteration, drain, wetlands,
And
and
sewer connection.
then you'll need a water, do you need one from the water from the state too?
No.
Who's the owner of the distribution system?
You, Tom,
No,
I asked Ray, like, we've been going through the water supply, so. I mean,
hey Ray, I believe that, doesn't the town supply the water in the pipe? But the pipe that's in the roadway, all of the main transmission lines, those are all part of the subdivision, am I correct?
You mean up in Mansion Hill in that development?
Yeah,
That would, when I posed the question, does the town own the assets in Mansion Hill, that whole subdivision? The answer was yes. So are you suggesting that that's not true?
well, because that's town road, right? Mansion Hill is town road.
Yeah,
So
it's
they-
I
so
believe,
the
yeah,
town-
it's a
right, so
town
the town-
road and- I'm sorry, go ahead.
So Mansion Hill's a town road, so the town would own the water and sewer infrastructure underneath that road. But this is a private development, and I believe it comes under private force. Because that's the same in the Landing, Village of Loon, places like that. It's
But I think
a
he just-
privately operated redistribution system. The town is just supplying the water to it.
Yeah, so what they're proposing, as I articulated before, what they're proposing is they're gonna create a homeowners association for the roadway extension for White Birch Lane. So everything from, where White Birch Lane currently terminates into the development from an infrastructure standpoint, all of that will be owned by the homeowners association.
Okay, but, excuse me, the first part, lots 1 to 5 under Mansion Hill. It's being proposed the town take ownership of those.
But
Water
until it does,
Yes, because it's
Is that correct?
it's just such a short section of road. It's like 128 feet, 120, 130 feet. It just doesn't make sense for the town not to just own all of Mansion Hill Road. I mean, if it was 2,300 feet, then maybe it's a different story, but it's 100+ feet of roadway, so it would be cleaner for the town to own it. My opinion.
but that would have to go before the town,
I know for the road itself, I'm not sure about the water and sewer. You know?
not the road itself.
Yeah, the road would have to go before the town meeting, but I don't know about the water and sewer lines.
They probably would have to be incorporated in the agreement to take over the road, wouldn't you know what I'm saying? But the town would have owned the
So,
road and the water and sewer underneath, be responsible, because you have to know the responsibility portion of who.
Yeah.
Make logical sense, but I.
Yeah.
Yeah, the infrastructure.
Carol has her hand up.
so what if the town doesn't vote to accept the dedication of that?
And it goes back to the homeowners association.
Right, so
That's it.
I think would start out owned by the homeowners association.
And then they would have to come in and at next town meeting. if they wanted to, if it's ready, and do a article for the town to accept that.
Yeah, but I mean, we couldn't just leave it out in limbo without
No.
any, without any documents or anything.
That's all. I would think.
Yeah, I mean, again, from just like a winter maintenance standpoint,
Right.
a utility operation maintenance standpoint, it just makes sense to take over that extra 120 feet.
Basically, the amount of road to go with, but quite the size of this room. The reference point for people don't.
But it would have to be built to town specs too.
Yeah.
Both the roads are already designed to count specifications, that's the way we designed them, so.
So what do we decide about stating permits?
We haven't taken a vote with full discussion, we're gonna take input from the abutters a few minutes.
I mean, I didn't know how the board felt
Yeah.
about that.
You know, just on that note too, the court's leaning to keeping this, not providing, approval, we get approval until the other permits. It asks that public comment be closed, not to keep that open, so you close. You know, to get an answer, you don't leave, like, until this how permits take a while, AOT takes like 4 months.
Yeah.
So we wanna leave this open, public comment after,
I
getting.
mean, yeah. I mean,
Like,
we'll
the
take,
bill takes
we'll take
4
a vote
months to
on
do
it,
about, So.
sir.
If I could just comment hysterically again. I do this kind of work all over the state. I serve on my own zoning board. I'm not aware of any town that holds approval until all other approvals or permits are granted. It's the opposite. It's conditional upon. And I think the rationale for that is just that you don't sort of hold this in abeyance for many months, then come back and say, okay, the permits are here. Instead, what happens is Ray or the town representative confirms that they've been approved, and at that point, that condition is checked off the box. You have the protection because they can't do it anyway without the permits. That's my view and what I see around the state.
Okay, thanks for your comment.
Also my experience, I've not had a board that hasn't done this conditional approval.
You have your hand up, Joe?
Trying to hear better.
Do you have anything else, Paul, on this one?
No, sir.
I'm at 6. The project is currently in the design review stage, and at a minimum, we recommend any approvals granted for the project be conditioned on completion of the town's technical review process. Please note that the technical review process is ongoing. Attached for your review, please find the latest peer review comments submitted to the applicant's consultant by our town engineer, KV Partners. Sounds like you're in agreement.
Yes, so as I mentioned at the beginning, we're actively, addressing those comments and updating plans.
Yeah, typically, any approval, if it were to be given, it would be subject.
Understand.
Paul,
Can we make sure that the planning board's updated as well when the technical review committee makes changes or recommendations that the planning board's made aware of what those are?
yeah, I mean, I'm thinking there are gonna be some more changes prior to
Right.
approval if they get it.
Well, that's, yeah. I just want to make sure that the planning board's made aware of what those changes were.
Okay,
Because we're sitting here thinking there's one set of parameters tonight. And if they meet with Ray and things change for some reason, it would be nice to have the
Well,
planning board.
come back and present them. The updated revised.
Yeah.
plans.
yeah, we'll get more comments, memorandums, et cetera, as time goes on.
Yep.
Anyone have anything else? I'm at 7. Okay, staff is seeking guidance from the planning board to see if the planning board wishes to apply the steep slope criteria to the subject's development as articulated in Article 8, Section A, Paragraph 2A, IB4, of the Land Use Ordinance LU, when calculating usable space as defined in the LUO. Based on discussions with New Hampshire DES and the town attorney, as currently written, steep slopes are defined as slopes that are greater than 15%. Note that the exclusion criteria for wetlands as articulated in Article 8, Section A, Paragraph 2A, IB3 is currently being applied to the subject development as we understand the planning board wishes to do so. So that's a question for the board if we want to.
Right. But the town hasn't voted on this yet, right? This is gonna be voted in.
It's correct, but it's proposed, so
It's already-
because it's Go ahead, Carol.
Okay, that section is already in our ordinance. So we just haven't been paying attention to it because we couldn't find it. Now we know where it is. And now we're duplicating it in the front, and that's when we voted on at town meeting. According to our attorney, those are still the standards. So our question is for you, are you gonna apply those standards? And how are you gonna apply them?
We haven't applied them yet to most of the developments that. Like I said. And to me, there's enough engineering. Options out there to be able to build on steep slopes or retain slopes. And make them so they're not steep. I mean, obviously, that's an engineering perspective that. The town has to take a look at. I mean, we went from boulder walls saying no more boulder walls, now we have to. Engineered retaining walls.
Well, we can still make boulder walls, they just have to be engineered.
Correct, but I mean, there are options out there. That people, so that they can use the land, you gotta face it, there's not a whole lot of flat land left, I'm like.
Well, I think you should get input from Ray about the steep slopes.
Great. Carol's looking, board's looking for some input.
Well, I guess. I'm not sure what kind of input I can give other than. This issue, this item came up when you were looking to make the administrative change in your land use ordinance by moving text from one section, one article to another article. So that's when we became aware of it. And it's this is really the first subdivision that you've had a new subdivision that you had in front of you in quite some time. So it would be advantageous to actually, to take some time and, debate the merits of the steep slope criteria. According to in my conversation with the town attorney, he stated you have broad discretion the way the subdivision regs and the land use ordinance are written to assign criteria to the development for steep slope. So, for example, you can't build on anything greater than 15%, as your current regulation apparently articulates. So it's really up to the planning board to make a decision as to what you want for your community. A lot of communities have steep slope ordinances. A lot of those ordinances identify steep slopes as anything greater than 15%. Some communities cut it off at 20%. Others 25%. So I would just point out that in the language that you have in your land use ordinance, you defined extreme steep slopes at 25%. So it's really up to the board to make a decision to decide what's best for your community. One of the things that I asked Keith and his group to do was to prepare an exhibit that shows what the impact would be. Keith, I don't know if you have brought that information or not.
I do, I have it over there, I can show it, so if it was 15%. You basically have no buildable lots, if you were to take that out, and that's not just gonna be in this development, it'd be in every all developments, you're gonna deem a lot of valuable land in town as unbuildable. If you ever to say you have to take out the 15% like you did the wetlands. If you do something more like 25%, considered steep slope and take a portion of that out, that's more reasonable. As I noted in my response, we provided that, we meet all the town regs for obviously for the driveway steepness, the roadway steepness, we have walkout homes and so forth. And we show that you can build on steep slopes, and we also protected a bunch of the steep slopes, so. What would be the reason for cutting out steep slopes? If you're concerned that it's a detriment to the community, we've shown that, you meet your stormwater requirements and everything else. So just a note, the state, when they talk about the steep slopes or very steep slopes, they do an aspects of stormwater management. That you can't do stormwater management on steep slopes. It's also another part where it's brought up is in the septic guidelines, as you know, on town sewer. So even though it mentions steep slopes and it references the state, really has nothing to do like an alteration of terrain, for example, permit that we have to get, where they're looking at how you're handling, what your grades are, how you stabilizing the ground, how you treat stormwater. There's no regulations in there about steep slopes. So it's kind of like you're pulling it in, but it has to do with septic, and BMP, which we're not impacting. So I mean, our stance is that we're showing that, we're limiting the impact and that it can be done right on steep slopes. And as you know, you're a mountain community, most of your land in town is on 15%. So I do have an exhibit, I can show our lot and everything down Mansion Hill. The whole area is basically 80% of it is on steep slopes, including everything that's built up on Mansion Hill Drive, heading up to where we are now. So if you impacted, you put those in effect, no one would have built those homes wouldn't be there right now, for example.
I'd just like to add one comment. I took a look at the ordinance and talked to town council in anticipation of this meeting. But currently, the steep slope provisions focus on special exceptions, and it says it's a zoning board issue that at current anyway is designed for just that when somebody is coming for a use that's not typically permitted, they can have a special exception, essentially a waiver from the ordinance. And in those contexts, that's when the steep slope is factored in and considered by the zoning board. And I think it's because the uses there are typically not what would be allowed. You're gonna build a Walmart up on the hill, and you may need a special exception. It's a whole different ballgame doing a permitted use in a particular zone. So that's the context I saw when I reviewed your ordinance as a current state.
It is okay, but, we have proposed moving that from special exception criteria to the main portion, so that makes it in effect now. Because it's been proposed.
I'm not quite sure I agree with that, but in any event, I'm not sure it matters. It's up to you. I mean, you guys have the power to decide how you're going to apply it in the context of a subdivision as opposed to a special.
Anyone else have any thoughts on that?
Well, do you wanna see like what it looks like, and then, maybe you talk about 25% makes sense as opposed to, because you're gonna have to treat everybody the same.
That's right.
So you're gonna have to apply it to other developments as well, so.
Yep.
Well,
Go ahead, Bob.
what's going before the people to vote on in March is the current 15% one, right?
Well, it's not specified.
Well,
it
if
says
it's to use that,
25.
I'm sorry, but I thought it was,
Jim, if I could
Go
jump,
ahead.
maybe I can help with that one. So the 15% is not articulated directly in your regulations. The 15, basic, the language that you use in your regulations, if I remember correctly, it says that steep slopes are as defined by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. The only place where the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, at least to my knowledge, articulates what the definition of steep slopes is in the New Hampshire Stormwater Manual. And your ordinances reference the New Hampshire Stormwater Manual as being, for example, complying with the New Hampshire Stormwater Manual and the Stormwater Management Ordinance that you have, for example. So we went all through this with the town attorney, and it was the town attorney's decision that, again, the Board of Selectmen has broad discretion to define steep slopes, for example, on Mansion Hill at 15%. I also understand from the town attorney, you can pick another number, 20%, 25%. But I think the point that Carol made is really important, yet you have to think this thing through, because you should treat everybody fair and equitably when they come before the planning board. You don't want to say, okay, this guy can have 15 and somebody else can have 20. So you should think about, A, do you want a steep slope criteria? B, if you do, what's the number?
Okay. Paul?
so in our ordinance underneath that Article 8, Section A, number 4. It talks about land with steep slopes as defined by New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And then it goes on to say what those steep slopes are, and it's everything from 25% to a driveway that may not exceed 10%, to a residential subdivision with 8% slopes for non-residential site plans. So it gives what New Hampshire DES is using for their steep slope criteria. And that's part of our ordinance. So I would think that and maybe an attorney needs to weigh in on that. I don't know if that means that because it's in our ordinance as that, does that mean that that's what we have?
That's
My understanding from your town attorney is yes, even though it doesn't speak specifically, define steep slopes. DES doesn't have in the state regulation a definition of steep slopes, but DES has in their guidance document a definition for steep slopes, and it's 15% or greater. The rest of the language in there makes reference to DES defines extremely steep slopes.
Right.
I don't know anywhere, I can't find anywhere where that definition exists, and I called DES in our conversation with them. They can't find it either.
So at a minimum, we probably should be having a definition of what the town thinks a steep slope is if we have it in our ordinance.
Yes, that would be a great idea.
You know, because right now we're just setting off what DES says it has, and according to Ray, they don't have that, so.
Well, again, let me clarify, your ordinance reads land with steep slope as defined by DES. And
right.
based on your ordinance and conversation with the town attorney, again, because it's in the New Hampshire Stormwater Manual, which is a state guidance document, and it defines steep slope in there as 15% or greater, you can assign 15% or greater because it's in your ordinance. It references DES. It's, in his opinion, it doesn't matter whether it's a state regulation or a guidance document.
So we need to define that as a planning board.
Yeah.
What that percentage is.
Mhm.
Yes, you should. I would recommend that you consider maybe not a steep slope ordinance, but at least a steep slope definition in your land use ordinance, because then it's clear. So it's not buried in, some article at the back end of the land use ordinance. And it's clear to developers when they come into your community, they know that up front even before they purchase the property, and they can do the appropriate evaluations as they go forward.
So I guess my question, Jim, is if this is going to the March town meeting to be voted on, how are people going to know what they're voting on because they don't know what the steep slope is?
Right, I mean, we're not changing that verbiage, just going from that back section to the main.
Instead of it being a Board of Adjustment article, it's going to take it from there and put it in underneath the site plan review regulations, right?
Right, it's not gonna change the effect, that's what our attorney said.
But
It's
the
not gonna
effect-
Change the effect,
But it doesn't have any effect because
it does have an effect.
It
How
does,
does-
yeah, if I can interject, according to your attorney, it does have effect, whether those requirements are sitting, and maybe the attorneys can debate the merits of this, but according to town attorney, it really doesn't matter whether it's sitting in your special exemption section. And the way he described what you're doing is, this is an administrative action you're taking by moving. You're not changing the language, you're just moving the language from one article to another, and it's just an administrative change. So it doesn't change what's currently on the books. And what's currently on the books is steep slopes is defined as 15% or greater.
that's not what it says in our books.
That's what it makes, again, your article makes reference to DES, and DES defines steep slopes in their guidance document at 15% or greater. And that was all confirmed.
Well, it just says most communities, it doesn't say.
No, it's, Paul, you look at that first line, that's the one you want to focus in on, that first sentence. That's the one you want to focus in on. Land with steep slopes as defined by DES, period. And steep slopes is defined by DES as 15% or greater in accordance with the New Hampshire Stormwater Manual, which is their guidance document, which is also cross-referenced in other articles in your land use ordinance as the applicant needing to comply with.
But we can make it any percentage we want.
you can make it what, again, there's other language that gives you, again, broad discretion in the based on our conversations with the town attorney to make that number whatever you want to make it.
It just seems to me that we haven't really followed this.
Right.
With a lot of the developments that are here today, so to institute something. Institute a 15% steep slope ordinance. Now. It just
Well,
Well, I guess,
I
Doesn't-
would say, I will
doesn't seem, doesn't
Yeah, I
seem
will-
fair to. Someone coming in, you know,
well, I
Yeah,
guess.
if I could just interject.
Go
on
ahead,
that.
Rick.
Yeah, so I just will say this. So I mean, this development is really the first development that's been before you. I mean, I don't recall a new subdivision being in front of you in quite some time. The 6-lot subdivision that you approved over in South Peak, the 8-lot subdivision you approved over in South Peak, those were amendments. Those were not new. So they were changing the lots, the number of lots, they were changing the orientation of lots. But that was all done under a subdivision plan that was already approved. This is a new subdivision. And that's why I think you need to consider it.
Well,
And
I don't
I'm
think we
not
should
arguing one
hold
way or
the
the
number
other.
right
I
this
just want to
second.
put I just want to make sure you have
No,
all.
no, I hear what
in
you're
front
saying.
of you.
I mean, if we went with 15%, what effect would that have on all the unbuilt upon land in Lincoln?
a lot.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And that's why you should look at what he's got. You have an example.
That's
But
why I
he-
asked Keith to bring the
I
information.
can show it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Right here.
Well, I thought he had to draw that up. I didn't realize he had it with us.
So I can prepare that as a question for the board, so, because I've already seen them, so pretty much every single home right now going on Mansion Hill and in Valley, they're all 50%, with the condo next door, all 50%. So if an ordinance like that were put in place, would that now apply to those lots where it's like, hey, they come to put a shed on the lots, like, oh, it's gonna 15%. And they alter their, and it gets. I raise that point and, it also, like, my question is, you know, when we're trying to figure this out, designing this to your land ordinance. All right, what's a compliant lot? X amount of square feet. Why do you have a square footage size of lot? Because you want it to conform with the rest of the neighborhood, right? A certain buffer, a certain distance from your neighbor. Just because a lot of a certain topography doesn't mean you don't still have that lot. That's where I'm struggling with that.
Joe?
Think about it, if you go up Black Mountain Road. And you go up to Beach Net. 90% of those buildings are all over 50%.
That's all popular points.
Some are 25. We go up to Coolidge Falls, there's some there that are 30. And then you go up to Clearbrook. But if they're up there, it's over 15 plus, except a few on the top.
Right, but I think, you know, that. In years past, to develop on a steep lot was tough with rock walls, because you had to build these big huge rock walls. Nowadays, you have engineered practices that they use that. Make available the ability to build on steeper slopes, and you don't disturb as much because you can use the engineered product. To retain what's there.
Yeah.
And,
But aren't
agree
there
with you.
two over there that are sliding? I mean, those were engineered.
I'm sorry,
Aren't there 2 units over that are like starting to slide?
yeah, I don't know how, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's 2 houses. That we know of that are sliding.
But they
But
built
they probably didn't use an engineered product either, I mean, it was probably rock walls when they built.
Well, it's not, we're not talking the retaining walls, we're just talking the houses sliding down.
Oh, yeah, when we did this too, just, you know, when we developed it, the, only retaining walls we have are all less than 4 feet. It was mainly to put the road in, right, to limit the impacts to the wetland. There was a couple of retaining walls here near that basin to be able to get that basin in and still that home, that's it. So then we don't have like walls on the lots, to try to make this all work. A lot of them are, some of them are walkouts, obviously, that's the way you can build homes on slopes, but.
There is one steep section, Kyle and I have spent a lot of time walking the wood, literally walking woods up there with subdivision plan. there is one very steep part of the property and we've completely avoided that. That's why several of those lots are like, I think one of them's an acre and a half, acre and a quarter. We've completely stayed away from that area. It just, you know, for us, it was, we didn't want to touch that part. It's probably 25%. We didn't go anywhere near it.
So even with walkouts, you're still planning on having them 4-foot walls,
Correct.
but you'll have to have, like, I mean, if they're super steep, you'll have to have a terrace, so there's like a wall, another wall.
Yeah, that's the only
More-
location of the
more
lot, it's
disturbance.
actually lot one where we have that situation for the basin. The rest of these, there's no retaining walls, they're only for the roads, and again, we did that to limit the impacts of the wetlands. So that, you know, if you, the slope go out, by putting a wall there, you don't fill as many wetlands. So, you know, when we laid these out, again, we picked homes and so forth, and we're trying to limit the impact. This, you know, we didn't, I'm not achieving that by putting all these walls. So. Most of it is achieved by doing walkouts and so forth. And again, to note, the roadways and the driveways all are meeting the town requirements. They're not steep than the town requirements. So all this is this just shows subdivision lots, both of them, zoomed out on an aerial, everywhere in red is 15% or greater. So in a community like this, you don't realize 15% actually is not, it's not that steep. So for example, as you can see right here, this is Mansion Hill Drive. The only areas of lots in here that aren't, that aren't 50% greater are the road, right? Because they cut in the road to slopes that were 150%, and then they flattened out the lots to put the homes in. So again, long story short, if this was put in effect before these homes were built, you wouldn't have these homes. You wouldn't have been able to develop this anything close like it is. And you can see what it does to this development if you were to put in like a 15%. I mean, it makes valuable land, I don't down the road, if you would hold them to it, hold everyone else to it. But you're gonna make valuable land not valuable, no one's gonna be able to develop on it. So I mean, that just kind of just gives you an idea, and realizing what 50% or greater really is. So
how labor intensive is this to do this? Because I'm just wondering. If it's something you can program in saying, what does 20 look like? What does 25 look like? Is that?
it's not difficult to do, and I do up to 25 right here.
Okay, so what if we saw what 25 looks like?
So it's not too bad, it's just for the lots. But that's what that looks like. So
That's
it's the part that, Ethan was just talking to. The main part is right here, and those are the lots where we're not touching it, the lots are way up here, those lots are well oversized. So we looked at this when we originally did this.
Is that the total development or is that just phase?
This is both, all
Okay.
lots, all 28 lots.
So there's two sections there at 25.
So mainly, you have these basically through this area here and here.
How many lots does it take out?
I haven't done a calcs or anything.
Well,
Well, it looks like it takes some lots out completely. Almost on that. Lower section of that, right there. There's some lots, you've got some lots that are almost all covered in that orange color, which I would assume would be 25%.
These are the orange colors, 25% weight. Just to note too here, just on these lots right here. I just want to point out, that's not natural, that's actually to cut in the road, they created those slopes greater than 25%. So that was before might have been 15. And obviously they plan out the road, and then if you notice that's a strip, that's just like they left it. You know what I mean? So that's that's man-made 25% greater on those ones.
So if it was 25%, is it just that one? I mean, I can see the houses that you have there. Is it just
I
one?
haven't gone through the calculations of
Okay,
what would happen, but this just gives you visual. I haven't done that because I didn't spend time. And then
Right.
like knowing what
well, I'm just thinking, that, that's what 25 looks like, that makes it more accessible.
Isn't it more like, with the 25% what we're trying to achieve, again, we go back to 25% still creates buffer, it creates size of the lot. Is it, do you not want it disturbed, or is it just, that's what I'm trying to understand from the board.
Like what the purpose of the restrictions is the same restriction as what wetland would be, or is it don't build on?
If it's don't build on it, it's easier, it's like, all right, let's stay away from it, but it still works as lot size for buffer and distance from your neighbor.
And for example, we're showing this, doesn't mean we're disturbing these slopes, right? Even though we're showing them obviously some in here, but for these, so the point is, everything in orange here that's 25% grade doesn't mean we're actually disturbing those. Some of those, good majority of them, we're not even touching.
Paul, you have a question?
Yeah, does it make sense to leave this in as a zoning board of adjustment decision, so that if the applicant can show if there is a 25% lot, and the applicant can show that they're using quality engineered retaining structures and things of that nature, that they can then show that they're gonna take care of that situation by not having steep slopes on it, and that there'll be less runoff and stuff like that. Does it make more sense to do it that way? To leave
Well,
it in?
I think the issue is the board has already voted to send it off to the town meeting.
Well, we can stand up at town, oh, you can't, because it's loaded on
Yeah,
during the day.
You can stand outside or
Stand outside with a sign.
No, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to,
Well, you.
trying to come up with a way of, you know, making this so it's. So you can get kind of both, you could say that you'd be better off with 25. You'd have to vote down what was being proposed at the town
Right, then we'll go
in
back,
March,
back to where it is.
but you could come back and say that it's 25% or engineered with best engineering practices.
Keith, isn't that what the alteration of terrain, the state reviews the?
Yep.
It's like for steep slopes, water and that sort
They're
of.
looking at all that, they're looking for the land disturbance, so as soon as you disturb it, over an acre of land, you have to send a permit, and they're looking to make sure that. Biggest thing they're concerned about erosion and stormwater control and stormwater maintenance.
But they don't look at what the town has for ordinances, they just,
Well,
No,
all
they
they care
follow-
about is the roads. I mean, I've talked to them about it before because we had heard trouble elsewhere. And they said that when they did the alteration of terrain, approvals, that all they're looking for are the roads. They don't care about, the kind of additional impervious surfaces that are associated with developments.
That's
Right.
not my understanding, they took
That's what
the
I'm
whole
told.
drainage report, which they rate review, and they go through the whole thing, just like Ray did. And they comment on your whole drainage analysis, pre versus post, peak flows, and they take into account all the homes, they go through the whole plan set. The plan set they get is exactly the same thing that we submitted to the planning board, and we get comments on everything.
Well, when we had that issue with, parts of that are developed already. When we were looking at the alteration of terrain, I called up and I think it was Ray, myself, town manager. We had a huge discussion with the alteration of terrain people about. The issue because, the houses that were planned. For that particular development were like 2,000 square feet. And we were having 6,000 square feet homes up there. And then there was, when they got their alteration of terrain, part of the calculation was that they were gonna have all gravel roads and and they weren't gonna have any impervious, they weren't gonna have any tarred surfaces, and of course, they're all tarred, the roads were tarred, the driveways were tarred, the parking areas were tarred. And we were looking for some kind of clarification from the alteration of terrain people. And they said, all we care about is, are the roads gonna stay where they're supposed to? Are they taken into account? We don't look and see how much impervious surface is gonna be added by the development itself. All we're looking at is the roads. So if they've changed, that's been within the last 2 years, but that was about 2 years ago. When we had that conversation with them. So maybe they have changed, maybe they have a different outlook.
I just know, for
As of
example,
2
like if
years
we,
ago.
for example, if we. Show
They
this
didn't care.
as impervious, right, and in our calculations, we show it's not, they will quickly comment on it. They review the whole drainage report, the whole analysis. Just like Ray did, so they may not be able to come back and say, oh, you built the house too big, but you guys still have that, you have that book, I mean, they can't go and add impervious as we talked about earlier. So our drainage report's getting 2 reviews, Ray and the state, so.
So I
Sure.
think,
Ray,
Yeah, I just wanna interject here. So essentially what the alteration of terrain folks look at when they do their when they look at the drainage analysis, whatever assumptions that the consultant puts in front of them in terms of building size, impervious footprint, typically, and Keith, maybe you do it differently, but typically the consultant, if it's a multi-lot, say it's a 100-lot subdivision, they'll assume a certain building size and a certain footprint for the driveway, and they'll apply that impervious footprint across all 100 lots. And then that's what goes into the calculation to determine the pre and post construction runoff, pre and post development runoff. So that's what the alteration of terrain folks look at. And once they sign off on their permit, they're done. So then it becomes a local responsibility to make sure that what's actually going to get built is what was reflected and approved by the alteration of terrain folks. So that's basically how it works. And I hope that clarified any questions that you guys might have on that.
I think I could somewhat bring this full circle and hopefully give you folks some guidance for you tonight. When I talked with Jason and town council, what we discussed was the following. There is a general provision under the subdivision regulations that says you folks can consider for any subdivision plan a whole variety of things as part of the application. One of those is slopes. And if at some point you think that what is being proposed does not fit, or the slopes make it not workable, you are at your discretion able to say, no, we don't like that particular lot, we don't think it's buildable, we don't think it's going to work, etc. You have that discretion. No question asked. It's a very generic one. It's in one provision talking about a whole slew of things that you have discretion. With this particular provision we are talking about, this particular provision, as Jason explained it to me, is something that, well, it's not really in the subdivision regulations, part of a different issue altogether, something that the zoning board looks at in the context of a special exception. But just like anything else, you as the board can say, well, maybe we'll use that, or maybe that will provide us with guidance. In my view, your current format, having the discretion to make those decisions on a case-by-case basis, you look at it and say, if it doesn't work, you don't approve, is the way to go. And the second category where I think we're getting a little bit lost is this provision, which now puts it into your ordinance potentially in the future. I think you folks should have some extreme caution, and I don't think it's going to do what you may intend. Well, ultimately, have to deal with that at your town meeting. But what I think you're hearing is, if you do some form of prohibition or apply the steep slopes, as it was designed for special exception, now in every case, you're going to have some unintended consequences. And here, if you were to say, basically, you can't build on a slope of 15% more, not only would this project not be built, but basically all the property other than in the valley itself along the river is now off limits. And I don't think that's what you folks intended. But again, this is a philosophical discussion Jason and I can have as to whether you need to alter it or not. But I think the fundamental question tonight for this application, and frankly for any others that come before you tonight, is is there a steep slope concern? You believe that based on what is being proposed will not fit because of the steep slope issue. And if you do, that's one thing, but if you don't, then I think you have complete discretion to move forward, just as you've done with all the other subdivisions in public. And my final comment is with respect to engineering. It's above my pay grade. I don't do it. But what I do know is when I represent developers and I deal with engineers, they basically work around steep slopes when they can. They avoid them because it's an incredible hassle for them and very expensive to deal with it. So this plan, like basically every other one I've seen in any town with any hills or mountains, they basically work around them as best they can and try to avoid them. And so I don't know. In some ways, this seems like a solution in search of a problem. And I don't think it's necessary. But for tonight's purposes, with this application, I think the question before you is, do the slopes concern you enough where this property is different than every other property up there that's been developed, such that for some reason you have a problem with this? I suggest you don't, but that's ultimately for you to decide. So I hope that's somewhat helpful understanding the sort of very generic review versus the very specific in the special exception zone and the difference between the two.
Paul,
So also. When you. It's all about slopes. And the steepness. So you could either apply rock wall, engineered walls. If you had a steep slope, you couldn't just leave it, so you would have to do something to mitigate that. And, you know, I would think that's an engineering. Discussion. That has to happen between an applicant and. Either a homeowner or someone else, I mean, that.
I guess, go ahead.
I say, I think there's a difference between developing a steep slope, which then would do exactly, they're gonna need engineered walls and design and all that. Or in much of this case, not all of it, but it looks like the big section up top, they're just leaving that undeveloped. And the question is, can they count that when they're talking about X number of square feet of usable space? Wetlands are not usable. And in their calculation, as I understand correctly, your steep slopes you're counting as usable. Countable, I should say countable space. It's being used as buffer zone or open space.
Correct.
As opposed to wetlands, they can't count that.
But if I look on that, the orange section. There's some lots that are. Pretty much taken up by that, so how would you put a house on something that is that 25%?
So if I can interject.
Sorry,
excuse
good,
me.
right?
Yeah, if I can interject on that, so the steep slope gets applied under the existing condition. So if the steep slope is, say, 25% under the existing condition, that's the application. So as I think OJ is on the right path, the way I read your ordinance is that you need to consider steep slopes within the context of usable space on the lot, not whether it can actually be engineered. So that's really the purpose of.
Why do you say
that, right? Because that's just the way your ordinance is written. It's within the context of the definition of your definition of usable space. So usable space meaning available lot, buildable area equals the total lot size minus wetlands minus steep slopes in the existing condition. What's ever left over determines whether it meets your lot size requirements.
But right, if you do that, it's saying that if the number happens to be 15% instead of the 25, then you would not be able to use any of the lot unless you had some sort of engineered wall to be able to change those grades something less than the 15% or 25%. Am I correct? I mean, the whole purpose of allowing someone to build on a lot is not to allow them to build on a 25% slope. It's that they need to be able to make it.
But that's not
realistic, right?
I hear what you're saying, but that's not the context of your ordinance. That's not what.
Well, no, look, I'm not saying I agree with the ordinance either, so.
Well, I'm just, again, we're just bringing the issue to the table here so that you can look at it, make the best decision on behalf of your community. So I just want to just.
No, I understand.
OJ is correct in his perspective on the issue at hand. It's about usable space. It's not necessarily about, can you put a house on a 25% grade?
But if you take that out, then as this gentleman was saying, what's left in this valley is very little.
Right.
Correct.
And I think we should move on from what we need to do to change our ordinances and just
But he's
look
looking
at.
for an answer.
I am.
I don't know if we're gonna have an answer tonight.
So we
I
don't
don't
have an
think, I
answer
don't
right
think we're
this
gonna
second.
pick a number out of here and I'll vote yes on it. I think we should move on from this subject. I think there's a lot of people here who want to speak to the board
Well, that's okay.
tonight. And I
I'm
just
fine
don't want
with
to get stuck on, do we change our ordinance and how do we do it and what's the number?
So I just know one more thing, just so, My client's been here 6 times in front of you, I mean, it's my 3rd time, we even had that informal preliminary meeting, they were here before we subdivided the property. But I was here at the preliminary, and as, you know, Cal had mentioned, it was kind of tucked away, so we went and had a preliminary meeting with you, we went through everything, and no mention of steep slopes. So I spent, you know, a bunch of time and money, developing plans, addressing all your comments back out the wetlands, we want sound standard roads. So now, like, again, it's kind of like, you know, again, I gotta say you can say because it's always been there, but the point is that it's a hardship that you're creating for my client where you've been impacting this, we have to go to a redesign. You know, we have fully engineered plans, Ray's already reviewed all of them. You know, I mean, I've already started looking at those comments and addressing those comments. I just wanted to point that out.
From my perspective, we need an answer. Like, we've got plans before you, they meet all the town regs. If you guys are gonna apply something new to them, we need to know. After being here 6 times, we can't just keep
This is
dragging
only
this out.
second hearing of this matter.
Well, I'm not sure why or how it got raised so late in the game, but it would have been something that should have been raised at the outset, not after the plane has been designed. And because really essentially what happens if you approve some form of 15% restriction, none of this can be built, this entire thing doesn't go anywhere. So that's the impact, and frankly, the impact it's gonna have around town. So if the answer to your this question is, we believe that you cannot utilize 15% grade count towards your size of your lots, then it is an effective denial of this application, and there will never be anything built up here because of that. So I don't know what other information you guys need. It's in your hands, and it has been from the beginning. So just that's the best I can do. I'm a little bit at a loss, frankly. I've never had a planning board propose something in a special exception part of the ordinance to a subdivision plan and then not quite sure what it actually means and how they're going to apply. So we need guidance.
Okay, so Paul,
Can't we just proceed? Just like all the other developments that have come before us. And wait till after town meeting. And see what that does, and then we can, after town meeting, we as a board, whoever is on the board can. At that point in time, take a look at that and see if we want to change it. I mean, do we have to apply that now to this application, is my question.
I guess there's no, you know, I mean. I guess whatever we apply now is gonna set a precedent for everybody else, so that's, you know, we gotta be sure what we're doing.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, why can't we just leave
It
it?
seems, sorry, it just seems
Well,
maybe
there are
we
people-
sent a precedence because it hasn't been abided by in the past.
Say that again?
I said, it seems like we've already set a precedence because
Right.
the 15% has never been followed.
Well, then the question is, if you make a mistake, you keep making the same mistake. or-
No, but
I
I
mean,
mean,
but
it's-
but if we go with
That's all I'm
15%, it's gonna
yeah, but
pretty much
15%.
kibosh and a lot of future development in town.
Well, and I agree with what everyone's saying, that's what I'm saying, can't we move forward? With this like we have other applications, and then let the vote go on at town meeting and then come back and revisit this thing for the next town meeting? I mean, I would think that it would make sense to me to even have someone at that town meeting saying that day, saying that from the planning board, saying, you know, we're not sure that this works and we're not recommending you vote for it.
Yeah, but it's
That's the way it
gonna be
is.
done in secret ballot during the day, so. You know,
I
have
hope
someone
there's
stand out front.
there's information, well, the planning board can be there and disseminate information, right, OJ?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
can either someone from the planning board or Carol, someone say, look, we're not recommending passage of this because we really need to revisit it. Probably if you talk to enough people, you would, it would defeat it.
Yeah, I mean, would you be willing to stand out there that day?
I'm gonna be there.
Okay. All right, OJ, you wanna say something?
Yeah. The premise here is that because this is on the ballot. The planning board has the right to enforce it, even though it hasn't been voted on yet. However, I don't believe the planning board is required to enforce it until it becomes the law. And I'm not an attorney, but if there's one in the room who wants to correct me.
That is correct.
They're welcome to.
Get done for March
With
2nd.
that in mind, I would say that the planning would just proceed as if we don't know how this is gonna,
Like I
the vote's
said,
gonna come out, like you said, and just proceed like we have like for the last two decades that I've been here.
can we
and
pull the board, see?
figure
All
it
right,
out.
I'll pull the board. Paul,
I say we do exactly what Jen and I have been talking about.
just assume that it's only required of a special. For like a special.
Because it's been required prior to now, that we leave it the way it is and wait till, see how the town meeting. Well,
Okay,
I walked it with the dog. And there's a lot of wet, and there's a lot of steep, and there's a lot of stuff stuck in a little. I think if it was any good, somebody would have done it years ago, that's my feeling. The dog got stuck, I had to carry it back to the truck, we parked there where the duplexes are. And we came out on the end, I think it was Hummingbird Lane, does that sound right?
that's up in the condos, I believe.
Yeah. And I know you can build anything anywhere, it's the water that's bugging me, it's gonna end up in that guy's cellar.
You know, we had,
what about?
Yeah. But you know, since instead of 2 feet of water, now we have 4.
when they built the place, when Floyd Murphy built it for Barnaby, it's 5 feet, 6 feet of cellar on that water. Before you can have
Okay.
it.
There's all mud there
Let's
anyway.
kinda stick to the question here.
But I don't know, I think your eyes are bigger than your belly, actually. There's a lot going on a crappy site, that's all. Like I say, I got no problem with the buildings, just what are you gonna do with your water? That's a problem.
Excuse me, Jim?
Yeah,
Yeah, just a suggestion. You know, I don't know what you're gonna do around the decision, but I mean, would it be helpful if you heard directly from your attorney on this matter? Would that provide additional information to the planning board to make the best decision for the community?
See on tonight?
no, he's not here.
He's not there, but I mean, at some future planning board meeting. The next planning board meeting.
I mean, these guys been here a number of times.
I mean, go ahead.
If you can ask the attorney to
Or ask him for his opinion in
have
writing.
proper sheet, we can pass out when they have the meeting.
I think we stick to the question here.
Yeah, let's stick to the question. So Steve, you pretty much said no.
At this point,
OJ,
enough trouble up there now.
I say enforce it as it's written right now, which is with special
Right.
exceptions.
that's it. Paul's agreed, okay. I agree. Joe,
I'll go on with it.
okay. Danielle, do you have anything you want to say? Okay, all right, so I guess we're gonna proceed without the steep slope requirement. All right, does everyone have anything else about this with this memo? Any other questions?
I just want to make sure that Ray's okay with all of the calculations for the water up there.
So he's not, so that's what we still need to address. So we are going to submit back to Ray, comment response letter, similar like we did in this one, right, addressing the comments. We revised plans, addressing the comments, and also revised stormwater report. That's his comments. So I'll be working with Ray to address all his concerns that he had in that peer review letter.
So then as, if we were to look at this tonight, if we were to look at approving it. As another condition of approval, we would have to make sure that
Check the stormwater management, stormwater runoff calculations.
And I think Ray had made a comment about that's all part. I would imagine that that's part of the technical review committee's approval, so that would be part of the
Yep.
condition of approval. If there was one. Okay, I just want to write these down because sometimes we get talking and we lose all this stuff, so.
Joe,
I realize you have to back in for final approval,
right,
but anybody here been driven up the course, that were driven up there, can't wait. How narrow the road's gonna be at White Birch Lane? Go down from the full length of town road, 20 feet, which is totally inadequate. There isn't a place to walk on the side of it. Come winter time, you plow your snow, you're gonna be walking in the middle of the road, a plow goes by. It's just not wide enough at that point. But you have the town road in, going in, to me, it should be made to make it wider than 20 feet. Even though the roadway is more, but the road itself should be at least 24. Minimum. If you get people to be walking up and down in good season, even in bad season. If plow the snow, the road's gonna get from 20 feet down, probably down 18. And how much they're gonna wing the roads back.
We have a lot of developments that have 20-foot roads now.
Yes, but the one development, which is Forest Ridge per se, from the
Yeah.
down till it starts the next section, was supposed to be 24 feet, they only put in 18 feet. I went and measured it with a tape measure to make sure, they said they were gonna widen up to 24 feet, but it never gonna happen, never happened. Town never enforced it. If we do it beforehand, we're gonna go back, try to fix it afterhand.
Well, town specs that. What are the town specs out there, do you know? For the width of the
This
road?
was not a town road, it's what I'm talking about.
No,
But the agreement, the plan was,
So if we
wide
discussed
as 20
this at
feet.
the last meeting,
Yeah, I know.
now,
I thought.
White Birch Lane is now 20 feet wide, and we're matching that, but it also meets the town requirements for that type of street. And
don't
also,
think
if you
it's very-
widen it, just so you know, just so you widen it, now you have no impact to the wetlands. Now we're widening it, you have no impact to, to the nature that's out there by widening the road. So I mean, we're meeting town standards and matching. the
Didn't
existing
argue
road.
that point, saying it just, I'm not comfortable with the road being just 20 feet wide.
Yeah.
That's less. That's from that wall to here, basically, 2 cars. You meet head on, somebody walking the road, somebody's gonna get hit eventually. That's why we have to eventually put sidewalks and follow the road, which nobody uses.
Is there a motion?
So,
Paul, Joe
Second.
second, all in favor?
I,
Anyone, please say your name before you speak, please. Sir?
Yes, thank you. My name is Gary Casangino, that's Casingino. Few things to say. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for doing this. You don't have an easy job, and I don't envy you. The last time we were here on the subject, was a 6 p.m. meeting that went to 11:15 p.m. That's a lot, so you don't have easy to do. A couple other observations about this particular project. At the last meeting I was at, I believe it was select person Tammy Ham brought up that the town previously voted against the town buying this property, which was then to get water and for conservation. And she then suggested that obviously the town people wanted it to be developed referring in this manner. But just because this land is within rural residential zoning district, that doesn't mean that using every usable square foot of it is an appropriate use under these circumstances. The planning board, of course, as you know, has discretion to determine whether or not this property is suitable for this particular development. And I suggest based upon a whole number of factors, it is not for this development as currently planned. Of course, property owners have rights, they have the ability to do things within zoning, but it doesn't mean that any particular configuration of property is suitable for that land. And as one of the members here pointed out earlier, this property has not been developed for quite a period of time, and that's, I think, because it prevents such extreme challenges. A lot of the slope on the east side of Valley View Lane is very steep, even several lots there along the right, as you can see. More than half of the lot is greater than 25% angle. And if somebody has walked the land recently, you can see that it's a very steep slope to the right of Valley View Lane as you're going downhill. And all that water accumulates to where there's now wetlands, which is also coming off the mountain as well. So I think there are several reasons why there should be serious concern. In addition to the technical review committee memorandum, there also was the memorandum submitted by the town engineer to the developer's engineer. That is, I don't know if you've seen that as well, but I was able to see it. It is extremely detailed. The number of items and the significance of the items raised by Mr. Korber to Mr. Curran on the 11 pages are very significant. not only are they. And some of them are very major. Um, It isn't just a matter of making corrections and these gentlemen talking to each other and getting it all worked out. Some of these would actually change the lot size that are there. For example, there's one indication that at the top of Mansion Hill Drive from Mansion Hill Extension, this is on page 4, paragraph 20A, says match the existing roadway width for Mansion Hill Drive with full length of the roadway extension. Well, there's a section of the proposed Mansion Hill Drive extension on the plan that's only 20 feet wide. Mansion Hill Drive is 24 feet wide. So as Mr. Chouinard said earlier, he indicated that he felt that the road should be 24 feet wide. And actually, your town engineer also said that the top of Mansion Hill Drive, the extension portion should be the same width as the other section. I'm not an engineer and I didn't use any kind of surveying equipment, but I don't think that White Birch Lane is 20 feet wide. And I'm not sure where Mr. Curran got that information of which section he was measuring, but I took my tape measure out on White Birch Lane. I took my tape measure out on Valley View Lane, and I found them both to be 24 feet. And when we were here at the last meeting, I believe it was the developer himself said that, well, the road there at White Birch Extension is going to match the width of the existing road. I'm quite sure that it doesn't. It's 20 feet as they've admitted, and I'm pretty sure that if you look at those streets, they're 24 feet. So in addition, Mr. Korber in his memorandum says on regarding street width, not only does he say that Mansion Hill Drive should be wider or the Mansion Hill Drive extension should be wider, but on page 3, paragraph L, he says all streets, bridges, drainage facilities, etc., shall be constructed in accordance with the town of Lincoln standards and specifications and applicable New Hampshire DOT standards, plan and specifications. My understanding from the last meeting is that Mr. Korber said, when asked what's the requirement for width of strength, width of streets, Mr. Korber said state requirement is 24 feet. But then there was some indication that the town's requirement was only 20 feet. But if he's indicating that the streets have to meet DOT standard plans, that means all of the extensions have to be 24 feet. That's going to change the entire configuration of the subdivision plan. This plan couldn't just be approved with conditions of meeting all of the requirements, because it's going to change the whole plan as currently drafted. Some of those lots wouldn't meet the 15,000 square footage requirement if you take away 2 more feet of their frontage, because they're just barely over 15,000 square feet of usable space as it is. And I don't want to come back to the slope issue, but as Mr. Robinson pointed out earlier, the ordinance as currently written, which apparently was just disregarded in the past, and as the town attorney advised Mr. Korber, you're supposed to exclude the steep slope, just like you're supposed to exclude the wetlands from the minimum lot size requirement. So everybody can see that you're supposed to exclude the wetlands from the minimum lot size requirement. But the way the special exception is written, and really, it's the same thing, whether it's the ordinance or the special exception, it's not allowed unless it goes before the zoning board of adjustment for a special section. The steep slope is supposed to be excluded. But put that aside, because the majority of the board didn't seem to think that it needs to follow that existing regulation, despite the fact that the attorney apparently advised Mr. Korber that you should, and despite the fact that Mr. Korber once again gave you the opportunity here to speak to the town attorney to hear it yourself. But in any event, I'm not faulting you for that, believe me. My point is that the land is not suitable. There's a lot of water runoff. There's a lot of wetlands. There are large portions of these lots that are very, very steep. There are large portions of the lots that are wetlands that will be disturbed one way or the other. Just a couple of other things, because I don't want to take too much time, and I appreciate your time. Getting back to the top of Valley View Lane, and the 3 duplexes that are proposed there, the The minimum lot size, as you're aware, for a duplex is 22,500 square feet as compared to the 15,000 square foot requirement for a single family home in this district. And I mentioned this when I was here last month, and I'm just gonna stand up for 1 minute. So the only way that this lot over here, which is lot 8, for a duplex meets the 22,500 square foot requirement is by including this entire sliver over there. The only way that this lot here meets the 22,500 square foot requirement is by including this wider sliver all the way down there. That configuration, I think, violates the spirit of the ordinance.
Try to mow it.
Yeah, no, it's, for all practical purposes, you're putting he would be putting 3 duplexes on what are really more like 3 single-family size lots. Just trying to meet the square footage requirement by extending the lot by this little sliver. They have a right to build duplexes in this rural residential zone, but they should build them on lots that are big enough. And the way those lots are configured, they just aren't big enough. They could get by with 2 duplexes up there just fine. In fact, they'd be bigger houses, they'd be bigger lots, it'd be more. I don't want a duplex on our street, they're all single family homes, but they have the right to build, and I live on that street. They have the right to build duplexes there, I recognize it, but they shouldn't be squeezing them on tiny lots, which are just single family size lots, except for that little extension. So I think that's another reason why this proposal should be rejected. One of Mr. Corber's other requirements was that all driveways should be perpendicular to the road. That was in his other memorandum. Well, a lot of these driveways, as currently configured, are not perpendicular to the road. That also is going to require redrafting of the survey. So, and as far as whether or not conditional approval should be given before or after state approvals, Mr. Corber indicated consideration should be given to withholding approval. He didn't say giving conditional approval. He meant said, don't approve until, well, he didn't tell you not to approve. He said consideration should be given to withholding approval pending receipt of state approvals. I would suggest that this should not be approved. It shouldn't be conditionally approved. A lot of changes have to be made. State approval should be obtained. Then you can really see what you're getting before you decide whether or not you approve it, because it shouldn't be approved as currently existing or even with conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Amy, Jeanette Dutilly, has there been a complete environmental impact study done on this property?
That's a rage. You know, that there's been an environmental impact study done.
Some fire.
We have not received an environmental impact study from the applicant, and I'm not aware of one being done prior to this.
I would highly recommend that one to be completed. I used to be a caretaker of a house of my best friend that happened to die down on Pollard Road, which is gonna be impacted by it big time. That house was rented out after, and even prior to my friend dying, had to have a sump pump after Forest Bridge was developed. Ordering the town daycare, which goes to the brook, they go behind my property, in my parents. With this, you're gonna have so much more flooding in basements of homes. Of people that bought the place with no problem, because development, you're gonna take out all these trees, an already proven wetlands area. As I said at the last meeting, I used to ride my horses up there. I'd get off my horse and not let her tear her tendons because the suction was so bad. I weigh 150 pounds. My horse weighed a lot more than that. I was sitting up almost to my knees. You take all these trees out, those trees are sucking up the water to grow, to live, and maintaining some of that water. There's nothing absorbing the water that's happening here. You're gonna have so many more problems. And I would hope, this is my opinion, I would hope that all these people being impacted, get an attorney, not only protect their rights, but maybe even go after the town if this goes through right now without all the proper stuff being done. And not just a generic attorney, but an attorney that specializes. Because there's so many people that are gonna be impacted, whether it be the fire department, having to go through their property to get to the other property that might be required. God forbid if they have a propane explosion or something that's gonna impact everybody. You've got this gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, mentioned that, which I hear from my house, the geese migrate there in the spring and in the fall. Interfering with wildlife in that aspect also. But there's so many homeowners out there that are gonna be impacted by this. And I'd also like to ask, is this land abutting Maple Street Extension? Because I really have an issue with the people in Mansion Hill that have been there all this time on a quiet residential area. That walk. There's a handicapped person that lives there. There's children that play in the road. They've done it for years. Now, all these people are gonna be impacted for development that might be second and third homes. And the overcrowding, we're gonna have Moon Mountain or Forest Ridge or Lincoln Station, College. We're gonna have that behind. I don't remember what the number is of where Paul Road lived on Paul Road, but right across from School Street, you're looking out the mountainside. It's gonna be from a residential area, you're gonna have a cluster of homes on top of homes on top of homes. And I really think and hope and pray that the board has some compassion for these people. And I understand the developers have their rights. But I think it's overkill. And I don't think you're looking at the whole picture. And I think it's time that some of the people that are here, planted here because they want to live here, retire here, raise their children here, have them go to school here, not be congested and worried about traffic, as I already do. I live on Pollard Road, right at the foot of it. I was on me. Yeah, there's just so many people that are gonna be impacted. But at the last meeting, it was like, it was going on deaf ears. These people live here. They're not, I don't wanna say outsiders, because we all have rights. But they're gonna come in but not live here year round. They're not gonna live here year round. These people. All these places to enjoy life. Are they gonna enjoy life when they have, well, the last thing I saw was 28 houses for me. So, I have 3 cars to my family, and that's just my family. How many cars are gonna be in each one of these parking lots? How many cars are gonna come up and down, up and down? You know, I mean, and then the water. Since the development that went in at the old convent on Pollard Road, our water's gone down. Gone right down. And traffic. I had my reservations about the police department being where it is. I'm glad it's where it is right now going, because it's ridiculous. And you're just gonna bring that more into a quiet residential area. And that's why I asked if this land abuts Maple Street Extension, perhaps maybe the traffic in the road could be routed out that way. I was told in the past that Forest Ridge is private. Well, these condos pay dues. I bet if these developments, and they were homeowner association, I bet if they put some money over, I bet something to be worked out with Forest Bridge to utilize tapping into their road. You're hearing, in my opinion, you're hearing what the developers want, but you're not listening to people that live there. And I really, really hope this town starts thinking about the people that live in around. For the sake of our kids, for the sake of our school system. It's got out of hand, and I really, really hope you guys start this. And I really recommend you guys seek out attorneys that specialize in this field. And that's my opinion. Thank you very much. You know, we try.
Anyone else? Frank? State your name for the record, please.
My name is Frank Pisciuto. I live at 16 Valley View. I presented many issues to the board for the previous meetings and another one for this meeting. But I wanted to add to that a little bit and start off, and I'm going to read a lot of this, so I'll stay on track. diverging, but I would ask the board to deny this application in its present form. In no circumstances should the board issue a conditional approval. I previously provided the board my concerns on this development. Would like to add the following, as I said. The applicant came to this board on July 12th, 2023 for conceptual review. After a long trip, I got to that meeting. The board spent considerable time providing the applicant thoughtful feedback on many areas of the conceptual plan. Much of the discussion evolved around the water, sewer, utilities, roadway, and wetlands, and included the need for a strong and clear homeowner agreement to accompany the application. I've reviewed the tapes. I followed it. You all discussed this. While the board was clear about next steps, many of these same items remained insufficiently addressed. If I were you, I would take considerable exception to the representation that the board has somehow been dragging their feet and is changing rules. You have asked them to address many of these things that are again being asked to be addressed. A peer review that Gary referred to, undertaken by the planning officer, resulted in more than 140 items needed to assist the applicant in complying with the town Lincoln's regulatory plans. These items included required clarifications, additional needed information, corrections, required documentation, and addresses missing or insufficient components of the application. And the applicant should satisfactorily address all of these items, and perhaps contrary to the opinions expressed tonight, including the provision of state and federal permits, before considered by the board. Both the planning office's technical review team and this community of neighbors have concerns about this development and the wetlands area and with stormwater management. As suggested by the technical review team, the board should ensure that wetlands are protected and preserved until clear understanding of how surrounding areas may be impacted. I'm going to diverge a little bit. Everyone's been looking at the individual pieces as if they're separate issues in different parts of the town. These issues are all in this one, I think to quote, crappy piece of land. This is a very difficult piece of land. I would invite you to walk up there. It has undulating terrain that holds water days and days after a storm. Water continues to come down from these steep slopes and drain into this area. The swamp area that was referred to is right. I walked it many times. Contains a lot of the water. Disturbing this environment, we all fear, is going to have a significant impact on the community itself. I also want to raise a steady concern that the applicant's purchase of this land is now they're having trouble coming up with a workable plan. The board does not need to solve their business problem. It's not your role. If they can't make it work, that's their problem. You're looking at an interest of the town. The board has spent much time on this proposed development, correct, and perhaps they have as well. The planning office has spent much time and resources. The community has spent much time and worry about the impact of this development. I will say everyone has spent enough time. At the board to deny this application. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak at this time?
Check online.
Pardon?
Can you check online?
Oh, right there, Matt,
John Kim.
Ledner, and then John Kimball. So we'll do Matt first. Matthew?
Yes, good evening, board members. I'm sorry, my camera does not seem to be working right now, but hopefully you can hear me.
Name for the record, sir.
Yes, Matthew Leidner, 75 Manor Drive. I spoke at the last meeting about this project. I expressed concerns about the drainage analysis relative to how it would impact the Mansion Hill development, Mansion Hill condos. And also the lack of buffering, particularly where there's a stormwater infiltration basin right up against the Mansion Hill property, and the lack of buffering in that area. So those still remain a concern of mine. I know the project has since been peer reviewed. I did take a look at the peer review letter. In my opinion, I agree with one of the previous public members of the public that spoke, where there were some issues in there that seemed sort of like fundamental concerns, not just the dotting of an I or crossing of a T. They seemed like they'd have to go back to the drawing board on some of the items, not every item, but there were some in there that seemed like they were potentially comments that could potentially change, aspects of the plan. So, my opinion would be that the planning board keep the meeting open, the hearing open until those are satisfactorily addressed, given the magnitude of some of those comments. And then, lastly, I would just say that, based on the issues that, keep coming up, stormwater, wetland concerns, traffic, and then, accompanied by the peer review comments, particularly like even there was a comment in there that I think some of the work, extended onto an abutting property. I'm sure it was inadvertent, but that the plan be corrected to address that. So I think the underlying theme here is just the density of the development. So I don't think I've heard anybody say really that it just shouldn't be developed at all. But I think that the density of that development, and one of the gentlemen brought up the lot configuration where really the effective lot size for some of those duplexes is the size of a single family lot. They're just getting the extra area by having a sliver of land extend, pretty much unusable, but just grabbing it to get the area to be able to put a duplex on there. So, all these factors considered, I think it just, is really wanting to be somewhat, scaled back. I don't know if it even needs to be significantly scaled back, but just, I think somewhat scaled back would help with many of these issues that have been raised, both by the board members, the peer reviewer, and members of the public. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. John Kimball,
Yes, John Kimball, 9 White Birch Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I talked last meeting. I brought up the issue about the potential drainage from the remaining phases of the Forest Ridge development and this proposed new development. And the response was that they were standalone, mutually exclusive of one another. And I'm wondering if you approve this right now and it did in fact have a negative consequence on the senior center and areas down at the bottom of the hill, what impact, if any, the town bear legal defense on for future development of Forest Ridge?
these are two separate developments, so if we approve this, we can't reduce Forest Ridge density. Is that your question?
Well, yeah, but if you don't reduce Forest Ridge, are you gonna flood out the senior center and the childcare center down there indefinitely?
I think that's,
In other words, if this gets approved and it gets implemented prior to Forest Ridge, what legal conditions are the town potentially facing here for the Forest Ridge, which was previously approved?
isn't that,
Go ahead, Paul.
isn't that part of Ray Corber's, the engineer's study, that when he takes a look at what's supposed to be running off property as part of
I'm
the.
sorry,
So,
I'm not updating here.
so what Paul is saying is that post-development runoff can't be greater than pre-development runoff for our ordinance.
Okay.
Did you catch that?
No, my screen froze here, so I missed that conversation.
So Paul has pointed out that post-development stormwater runoff can't be greater than pre-development stormwater runoff.
But that's an engineering calculation. I'm talking the real effects. This gets approved, the new one gets implemented, and if hypothetically it gets completed prior to phase whatever on Forest Ridge. We now know we're flooding out down at the senior center, even though the engineering analysis said otherwise. What happens now as far as the court system and the town involvement with the Forest Ridge approved development? Have we thought this through? Should we not allow these to go in parallel, but delay this particular development until Forest Ridge is complete?
Well, I mean, Forest Ridge has been on the books for 35 years. Can't wait another 35 years.
Why?
None of us will be here in 35 years, Paul.
Nobody will care.
Well, like, another point here, has anybody ever taken and kicked back and look at the master plan recently? When it comes to this new development that's being proposed? I mean, last week towards the end of the marathon session, Mr. Bowden made the comment that, your hands are kind of pretty much tied because of the subdivision requirements. The developers come in, they meet all the criteria. Your hands are kind of tied. But if you go back to your master plan, all of the land use development regulations, the zoning, your site plan reviews and stuff, those are all supposed to be subordinate to the master plan. So if you go back to page 2 of your master plan, the residents and taxpayers of Lincoln value its rural and spectacular White Mountain setting and its small town characteristics. And it goes on to describe how it's disproportionate between the senior people and the younger population. And basically that's what we're all facing. Our kids and the people that grew up here can't afford to stay here anymore. To try to bring teachers and things in there, they can't find affordable housing. And in the next section on there, it talks about affordable housing for the workforce is important. But yet I don't see any of that stuff coming out in these discussions for this particular subdevelopment. It seems like just because you have your 15,000 square feet, it's okay to go. We met all the conditions of the building lot. But again, as they pointed out several times and several people before me, it doesn't make sense to take and come up with all of these geometric configurations to have a minimum of 15,000 square feet and say it's okay, because it doesn't come back, in my opinion anyway, to be consistent with what the master plan stated you would do. And finally, I went and pulled up the fire flow assessment report that's posted on the webpage. And granted, it's fairly old, October of 2018. But I couldn't find anything that was newer than this. But on page 1 of that, it says that the distribution system contains 1.6 million gallons from the 3 storage tanks, but none of that storage is considered available to provide fire flow duration based on acceptable minimum pressure criteria. And then right after that, it says, beside the fire flow and available storage deficiencies noted in this assessment, both non-fire flow storage and water supply treatment capacity has or soon will exceed the system's ability to keep up with development and meet normal demands. Has any studies been done on what the impact of this particular development will do to the existing water availability on Mansion Hill as well as the surrounding communities that are shared by those water tanks? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's not the most current report.
Okay.
Right.
Weston Sam that I think it was in 2020. The report he referenced was
Yeah,
the Woodland
did they
Camp
do,
report.
did they do fire flow
Yeah, I believe they
in that report?
redid the whole water model, which changed calculations for
Okay.
the available fire flow storage.
Yeah.
And the maximum daily demand and all that was all part of that
Right,
report.
and there's been 2 significant upgrades to the water system. One was the third treatment cell of 500,000 gallons a day. And then the second, which isn't completed yet, but will make a huge difference, is the tank up on South Peak that'll provide sufficient water pressure up to South Peak and fire flow back up down to the main
In the main pressure.
main pressure zone, which that is in. In addition, the third thing is that up at South Peak for years, unbeknownst to the town, until Ron figured it out, the supposed high pressure zone up there was not being serviced by the high pressure booster pumps that were required to be installed. Instead, it was the Forest Ridge tank, which basically depleted on a 24/7 basis all of the fire backup availability of the Forest Ridge tank to the town, and that was stopped. So there's some major things that have changed since that 2018 report.
There'll be a fire flow analysis before this project proceeds.
Can I speak to that? I don't know if Ray's listening still, but
He's
yes,
still, yeah.
we
I
put
am.
Osco and I believe Weston Sampson with Ray, like Ray. Asked them, we provided plans, estimated flow, and they reviewed the water supply, I believe, is my understanding.
It's not only just water to sewer as well.
Excuse me, Jim.
I don't know if did you do a sewer analysis? I'm guessing that you did.
Again, I provided, Ray's been just talking with the DPW, I'm still waiting, yeah, I know Ray was working on that, so I Ray can speak both of these better than I can at this point.
Would you like? me to-
Go ahead.
Okay. So with regard to the gentleman's comments on the fire flow study, hydraulic analysis was completed specifically for this project. And the model indicates that the water system can provide water service of 35 PSI or greater to all locations in the Mansion Hill development under normal flow conditions. And the model also indicates that the Lincoln water system can furnish up to 1,250 gallons per minute of fire flow for a 2-hour duration, while maintaining the residual pressure in the entire system that meets DES requirements. So an analysis was done. We actually completed a hydrant flow and pressure test at the top of Mansion Hill. So we actually got some field data for this particular analysis. So that answers that question. I think there was another question with respect to what?
Sewer.
So on the sewer, yes, on the sewer capacity, yeah, we were focused on our comments. We were focused on the overall development. So we do need to get a little bit deeper in the weeds on the sewer capacity, but pretty confident that there's sufficient capacity in the collection system to handle it. And there is sufficient capacity in the treatment plant to handle the flows, the expected flows.
How about the lines that are currently in the underground infrastructure? Is that?
No condition assessment has been done. You can certainly consider to do a condition assessment. I guess under the application, I believe you have broad authority to request and require various studies be completed to ensure that it's one of the things that sometimes has to get done in order to get through the planning board approval process in other communities, but that would be up to the planning board to make that determination.
We've done that with other developers too, so.
Yeah, I mean,
To make sure that the infrastructure will handle, because that's how we found out some of the stuff on Main Street was not.
Yeah, Ray, what?
No, just to clarify, that was a desktop study that was done, and that's how we made that determination, a desktop study, and then we had the applicant retain a surveyor to go out and confirm invert elevations on the existing system. And
Pipe sizes.
right, and pipe sizes, but that was a surveyed for specifically for that. It wasn't, I thought you were talking about a condition assessment to inspect the condition of the infrastructure. Such as
No, I just want to make sure the infrastructure however it was going to get down to the treatment plant, that the infrastructure was sized appropriately to be able to take that additional flow.
Yep. We'll certainly definitely relook at that. And we did have conversations with Nate about all things infrastructure, and he doesn't see an issue. One of the things we do want to take a look at, though, is I've heard a lot of, I guess, anecdotal comments regarding flooded basements. So we would like to learn a little bit more about that in more detail. Our focus was getting the comments to the applicant's engineer as quickly as we could so they could start the process on their end to move the project forward. So a lot of the things that we're talking about, we can certainly do that concurrent with that review and with that process.
want to hear about, a lot about traffic. How about, do you feel a traffic study is required for this project?
You can certainly do that. I think, I believe we did take a look at the number of, I believe the number of lots in the Mansion Hill development. I think this is gonna double or maybe not 100% double, but I think it's gonna nearly double the size of the single family house lots in that portion of your community. So you can certainly, if they're, again, a lot of times traffic studies are driven by anecdotal information that people, we can talk to the police department to find out, any incident reports in terms of, traffic accidents. If there are community members who live in that part of town, if they could share, what they know and understand about traffic. I mean, is traffic, the question you want to ask yourself is, currently, is traffic an issue on Mansion Hill Road, Valley View, and White Birch? If the answer to that is no, then it's unlikely that adding additional lots is going to be problematic. That said, you're going to have more vehicles up there because you're going to double size your development.
Carol?
Actually, Chad did stop by, my desk the other day and he is concerned about additional traffic on the Pollard Road. As that's being used as the, and he said he does have some traffic data on the Pollard Road, and he is concerned about adding any more traffic to Pollard Road.
Well, my recommendation would be to, if traffic is a concern, relative to this particular proposal, then I would request that the applicant, hire a traffic engineer and do a traffic study and submit a report for review.
So,
Go ahead.
oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we looked at IT, so we actually have completed a traffic memo just for trip generation analysis. I didn't submit it, but I have it, I can submit it. Just it talks about how many trips would be generated with the 28 homes based on IT numbers, which are conservative, but are an industry standard. So I can speak to it if you want, what this would generate using those numbers. Or I can submit it however you want, but it's not a great number. So we looked at the total daily trips. We also looked at the peak hours, AM and PM on the weekday, and also midday on Saturday. So based on, again, 23 single family homes, 5 duplexes would be 10 more homes, so you get 33 total homes, right? So the trips, and again, if we're not familiar with this, that's, leave to work and back, that's 2 trips, not 1. So for example, we add them up. So weekday daily trips, it's 334. That's over the whole day, and then that's trips. So divide by that by 2, and that's really the number of people across. And then, so for example, what you really want to look at a lot of times is the peak hour, like AM, 7 to 9, PM, like 4 to 6. So the weekday peak, again, this is for the whole thing, not just on Mansion, just coming up to all the homes, is only 25 trips. That's the week of the AM, and that's in an hour. So that's only, that's what it is, that right? That's 2 per minute, right? Basically less than that, right? And then for the weekday PM, it's 31. Again, trips per that peak hour. And then the Saturday midday is 40. So again, that's just 40 trips over that hour that we would be adding. Again, that's peak. So easy stuff.
Could you,
Okay. What, so,
can he submit that to Carol? Carol, you
Yeah.
have a copy of that?
I think we'd like to see that.
I can submit it to Carol.
And also-
You can email it to me.
That way
Yeah.
Chad can look at it as well.
Yeah, get the information from the police chief too.
Yeah. The town should have that.
Question in the back, name, sir?
Michael Snyder, I live on Pollard Road at the freeway stop, lived there for several years. Besides the flooding situation, that is a nightmare. Nobody pays attention to those stop signs. They rip it going 40 miles an hour. They avoid Main Street, thinking that Pollard Road is their shortcut. And I sit in my front porch all the time, watch people rip through those stop signs. So to add more people behind my house, you're adding 40 more trips per hour, potentially past our homes, in our neighborhood. That's a lot. And I would recommend that somebody put a camera there and record all this, to prove this point.
Sure.
Ethan Conley again. I was wondering if somebody could tell me how many units are in the Mansion Hill condo approximately. There started some comments saying that, you know, this development is way too dense, and I think that individual lived in the condo complex. Is it 100 units?
And you know, offhand,
I don't know, there's a lot.
It's 128.
Okay, so let's say I'm one, and it's like, well, that's on 16 acres. You know, we're proposing 26 lots on 16 acres, so it's like maybe but and additionally, those 110 units, they all dump out onto the same road. I don't know, and you know, then I hear conversations with people think, oh, no one's even gonna live in these, these are gonna be secondary homes. It's like, all right, well then, is there really gonna be a traffic issue?
So what does that bring to our town? What does your development?
you know, we can't cross-examine, all the comments have to come to the
I'm so
board.
sorry, my name is Patricia Delosa. And I live up in the Mansion Hill condos, and I have two daughters that own houses on Mansion Hill Drive.
Mhm.
That has been residential for the past 20 years or so that I've been. And the cars already go up and down that road crazy. Do you have another plan for access? Or I just don't understand, like, what is that gonna bring to our town besides add more people? We don't have enough restaurants. Like, I don't understand what that was, more money, is that it?
I mean, I think the traffic analysis speaks for itself, like you said, it's 30 cars per hour, that's one car every 2 minutes, it's not. In my opinion, that's.
Well, my two grandsons that play outside.
Anyone else?
So are you so you're just gonna have him provide that information for me? To me, and I'm gonna share it with all of you, and then,
I mean, does anyone have anything different? I think that's the way to get started.
The
and
information
then,
for the
and
traffic,
then just
Can I
get some
get
input
the
from the
information?
police chief.
yes.
Yeah, get it to Ray to review as well. Does anyone have anything else?
Tammy.
Oh, Tammy,
Oh, yes, again, Tammy Jeanette Dutilleux. As far as the comments on the traffic coming down from Mansion Hill, usually the ones from the newer development of Mansion Hill condos, they go down East Spur and connect right onto the interstate from Main Street. On the weekends, on holiday vacation weeks, which is coming in, for fall foliage, for springtime, spring break, even our fire chief was doing an inspection on one of my rentals. Saw, there was no break in traffic that time. It is a speedway. It is a death trap. There's been times I've waited 10 to 15 minutes to get out of my dooryard. My dooryard. And thank God the police department's going there, but I don't think it's gonna do any good, because they go through the stop sign to go up to Mansion Hill. You're gonna have all these people come down, and everything's based on one car to a unit. What if there's a family, or they let people come in when they're not there? And there's 3 or 4 people, or like we have with a convent house, you can have 6, 8, 10 cars there, in and out. They're calculating on one car, one family coming in and out. You know better, I know better, that's not how it works. It is major overkill. And a majority of the people that come off Mansion Hill aren't the ones that go on Pollard Road. It's from Moon Mountain, from 112, they bypass Main Street, which needs to have 4 lanes. And they go down and use Pollard Road for speedway. We only have so many officers, they can't be on the Main Street helping the kids get out of school, God forbid if something happens there, because they can't get out of school at the time. You know, it's something needs to be done. Years ago. When Mr. Bowden was on the select board, there was even talk about one-way streets on Pollard Road because of the traffic.
I was not on the select board. I've never been on the select
You
board.
were, well, my apologies. You were on some board here, probably the planning board. I'm raising the Paul.
Been there a long time.
So anyway, it's, like I said, there's been a lot of talk about making Pollard Road
One way.
one
It's
way,
been a lot, yeah, it's been talked about a long
It-
time.
because it's been a problem. And this is adding to the problem. And congestion with all the more development that's been going on. Now you have, what is it, Forest Ridge down to Maple Street Extension. They're all coming down and they know, stay off Main Street because you can't get out. I can't even get to the post office on a Saturday. And God forbid, like I say, those kids coming out of school, I'm that mother that the cop's there, but I'm not supposed to look left and right, but I still look left and right because I'm not running into that cop, but somebody comes and slams me. You know, it's like, you guys gotta listen, please. It's not good. It's not good. So, like I say, I live on Pollard Road. A lot of the Pollard Road is bypassed from 112. The ones that on the newer development of Mansion Hill usually go straight through, no stop signs, they go straight through, down to East Spur, and then disperse. They hit 33, or they hit 32 to go to work, because the majority of them don't even care to work in town, because it's crazy. It is crazy, so. That's my sad,
Yes.
thank you.
So another hand in back.
Most of those public comment.
Frank, and
Yeah,
that
just that one. Could you? I'm hoping that you aren't going to provide, there we go.
you gotta speak out.
I'm hoping that you aren't going to provide any conditional approval, but if you would, if you do, I think the public should know what the implications of your conditional approval are. I can tell you the impact.
It's all done in public.
So, but after you do give a conditional approval, the public never gets to participate ever in the remaining part of that process.
Oh.
Because once you've approved it, you do not have to give notice of any of that they've satisfied all of the requirements or how they satisfy.
That isn't that administratively, just.
Correct, it's all administrative, but I think it's important for the public to know that as well. And if you don't understand that, I think that's not necessarily what the public is looking for right now. I think the public wants to see the answers to the issues that we've raised. I've raised many that I've sent you again in memo form
I've seen.
and possible ways you could address it. Once you do the provisional, I want everyone to understand there will be no more public involvement in how those get resolved.
I'm sorry. Have you seen his memo that he sent?
I have.
And he did mention an easement, did you mention a conservation or an access to backland conservation?
I did one. Yes, it's just, it goes along with the idea that this is land that shouldn't be developed. And if it is, the public there's conservation land that's gonna be locked in and you're only gonna be able to get to it by going through Forest Ridge.
Mhm.
You're not gonna, I don't know how many people understand that there's 13 acres of conservation land that abuts the property that we're talking about. That today you can get to it by crossing this property that you will not be able to any longer, so. Lincoln's a great community and it's disintegrating, and part of what was the charm is along Pollard Road was a backdrop of forest that kids walk through. I encourage everyone to go through that, would have encouraged everyone to go through. It's a great area to enjoy as a walking trail, and seeing the brooks and the swamp. Don't fall into it, but that backdrop is going to go away when this development takes place. I was just, part of that was asking, hey, is there a way we can get to that land? Because otherwise, you gotta get in your car to get to that conservation.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak tonight?
I'm just, because I'm an alternate, I don't know really where to fit in.
Well, you can
Because,
speak during the board.
but I mean, this represents to me like a suburb of the city. and I apologize from my non-professional aspect here, but the lots are so narrow, and when you get steep elevations that you're trying to excavate to put a small home in, the area of disturbance is greater. Not to mention if you have the blast ledge, the impact on, you know, the community around that area. I mean, in waking up aquifers and creating more water in these areas, I mean, it's just, to me, I see it as being overdeveloped. I mean,
The whole town,
well, this is more.
the whole town being going now.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but this is the first time I've been involved in a subdivision, so to me, it's all new and I'm so green. But I agree with so many of these people that it's overdeveloped, it's opening a can of worms, especially with the water, and I mean, sure, it fits into all the ordinances as far as like lot size, but I mean, some of these are so narrow with the excavation retaining walls, it's gonna spill over into the neighbor's lot. It's just. I wouldn't approve it if I was on the board. Somehow, I mean,
Yeah, we
I
have
know
to
that
go
we
by-
couldn't not approve it because it meets all the ordinances, but just the same, it's.
Gary Cassidy, you know, again, just one little section of the land use regulations, subdivision regulations I wanted to bring to your attention. Actually, Frank mentioned it in the memo that he submitted, I think, for today's meeting. Just very brief, I'd like to read it. It says, in section 5.01, subsection B, design standards for all subdivisions. It says, where there is a question as to the suitability of a lot for its intended use due to the presence of such factors as rock formations, steep slopes, unusual surface configuration, tendencies to periodic flooding, poor drainage, unsuitable soils, and inadequate capacity for sanitary sewage disposal, the board may, after investigation, withhold approval of such lot. So, as I think you all know, you do have authority to withhold approval if you feel that all of these factors and questions. And it says where there is a question as to the suitability, the board has authority to withhold approval. So certainly, just because it's a rural residential district and there might be minimum lot size requirements met, might be, but not if you make the drive, if the streets are 24 feet, not if several other factors were considered. The board still has authority to withhold approval because of all the questions that have been presented. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, let's finish up with public comment.
I thought you were all done.
Does anyone else speak at this time?
Open to public comment.
All right, Joe,
Second.
Paul, second, all in favor? Opposed? Go ahead, Paul.
No, I just wanted to,
Oh,
motion to close public comment. I thought you were looking for that.
yeah, well, there's two people to speak, so. All right, so Ray has this memo here, February 8th, lengthy one that's 11 pages.
Same
So
one
I
that you get.
don't think technical review team hasn't worked for this yet.
So we're working back. and
Right,
forth.
we're not, I don't
He
think
just
we're,
wanted to let you know that.
Yeah.
That was being worked on.
Is the February 8th one longer than the January 19th one? Just 11 pages in the January 19th one.
right, it's January 9th and the latest revision is February 8th.
January 9th or 19th?
January 9th, 2024, and February 8th, 2024 revised.
I have one here, January 19th of 24.
Paul, it says the 19th. If you first read the 9th, it should have said the 19th. Okay. The February 8th revision refers to the previous one of January 9th, or as it's January 19th.
Okay.
All right, so I'll make sure we were all on the right page.
I don't think we're ready to accept the application for as complete.
I think we ought to, I mean. This has generated a lot of new comments.
Yep.
New concerns. But I think it would be, you know. Appropriate to hold off on anything until we can get at least. The technical review committees and rate KB partners. Answers to the peer review. Which may or may not change some of what's up there today.
Mhm.
We still have to deal with the percentage of, the steepness of the slope. There is now been raised about Ray was commenting about the comments that were made about basements flooding, there's traffic, now that was brought up tonight. And Ray has a whole host of other comments, about, on his peer review, so to me, we really don't have all the information yet. So we're still in the information gathering. To me, I think it would be beneficial to wait till we have all that information before we even proceed any further.
Well, and they were waiting for you to make a decision about the steep slopes, which you already did.
We already made that.
We already made that. Well, I mean, as far as the slivers of land, we've given approvals for that and several instances. One right next to me. Currently, so, I mean, in order to make a lot, there was a sliver of land was made, so, and I certainly didn't like it, but I get approved, so.
So let me ask, what is the plan for these lots? You're gonna sell lots, you're gonna build upon them yourself?
I'll let you can speak to that.
Yeah, we intend to build,
Sorry, sir.
yes, we intend to build them, I mean, there may be some, we sell one or two off, but the intent is to.
Yeah, what are your time frame to build out the development?
I think the market's gonna, I wish I knew.
You sell them all today?
Possibly have also yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But I mean,
they're
not
built,
gonna-
They be gone, but as you know, this is a huge risk for us as well, financial risk, we spent a lot of money on this.
Yeah.
And we've been in front of you guys, I think 6 times now, and we're trying to design the, the plan in accordance to your ordinance and. But yeah, as at any point, the market gets shut off, we get stuck with that. The business.
OJ, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just, I think my biggest concern, traffic and sewer and all that, yeah, they're issues, but my biggest concern is the stormwater. I mean, I've run and biked up on that land prior to your ownership. And it is wet. Number one concern is that retention pond on lot number 1. I assume that that's only dealing with lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or 1, 2, and 3.
No, presently, actually, it's lot 1 through 7, and that's. And so.
How do you get lots 6 and 7 across the street with a neighbor in there?
It stays off the neighborhood, there's a pipe network, but we're looking to potentially change that and handle lot 6 and 7 on their own lots. Instead of sending it to lot 1. So that's the revision we're working on now, and Ray pointed that out as one of his comments that we're looking to address.
Okay, so that might mean another either retention pond or underground structure?
It could, yes, correct. It could mean shrinking the basin on lot 1 and putting a underground retention on lots 6 and or 7.
Okay,
Potential, and we haven't finished the solution, but that.
Keep it over rain garden, right?
Yeah, there's also this other thing, it could be underground, it could be rain gardens, so which we haven't finished the revision, obviously, like I said, we're in the middle of it. But yes, it's some other stormwater feature potentially on, could be swales, infiltration swales, so again, we haven't finished the design yet, but.
all right, and then for the whole lower road, the extension of White Birch Lane. All of the houses and duplexes off of that road. Are there any man-made retention ponds, swales, devices in that area, or are you relying on the existing wetlands?
No, the basin at the end of the road, there's a basin at the. So
Okay.
all of that handles all of that, the roof runoff driveways and the roadway.
So that's on both lots 27 and 26, is that?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's gonna handle all of the runoff from all of those houses on,
Because some actually, we have buffer that it goes to the existing wetland, but yes, it handles that roadway is right there and. Some of the roofs that, the driveways and roofs that make it to the roadway end up in that basin, correct?
okay. And then in your calculation, you said that each of these houses, and I saw that they're the square footage, or at least the dimensions of the house are on here. So that is the square footage of the house,
Yes,
or smaller,
correct.
maybe different configuration, but that's the limit of the square footage.
Yes,
And then the driveways going in have been counted.
correct.
Now, what about the area that's now technically undisturbed? It's trees, bushes, whatever. That the new owner is gonna cut down, level out and put in a beautiful lawn and a fireplace pit and how does that get counted and how does the runoff, and even though it's permeable, there is a difference, I believe, between a newly sodded lawn and an undisturbed piece of land, especially on a slope, is that correct?
There's a difference, yeah. So was if they went in and cleared their backyard, right, with showing right now, we have a little bit of work at the grading line, right? And there's trees there, so if they went in there and cleared that out, yes, they would change the grading, correct?
So in your calculation, are you counting just the house? Are you counting the area that you would clear to build a house?
We counted the area to clear and build the house.
Okay.
So we counted it, so in other words, if we changed some that's now trees and it now has to be lawn, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to clear it for the house, that is built into the calculations, correct?
Okay,
Decks are not impervious. They go through, those are impervious surfaces. Patios would be, but decks are not. That's on you guys, right? So when they come and, like I said, they go and you pull in the building permit. They would put a patio on that and increase the impervious.
correct. But if they put a lawn in that's bigger than your little circle of disturbed area, they don't need a permit to put in lawn, is that correct?
I mean, as time goes forward, people are gonna cut their backyards and expand their green area.
And cut trees down for Vista.
I mean, that's one of my concerns.
I can't design to what if.
I know you
So
can't.
there's no way, I mean.
And I don't mean to be facetious, but things are gonna happen to this land that have increase the water runoff down slope.
That's
Over the future years. And if the stormwater runoff were designed to handle 25% or some number more
See,
than the so-called designed disturbed area, that would take into account for that.
Yeah, just to note, I can't give you a note, it's already conservatism built into the stormwater water. So like when they, for example, when you're talking about changing the surface, it's not aggressive, there's already conservatism built into the engineering.
well, also doesn't, if you have an HOA, doesn't an HOA also bear in when people make changes to their property?
It depends how the documents are.
Right,
Typically,
it could,
but they could. I've not seen
Well, this
the
is,
conversion of raw, technically undisturbed land into a lawn.
That is not built in. So
That's not built in,
it's
and that's not controlled by HOAs, and it's not controlled by building permits, it's not controlled, and I don't think it should be. But I think in a case like this, it needs to be considered. It is, that is mine, I'll tell you, this was my number one concern with the whole thing. Again, because I was involved in some of the flooding down at the base of this, and like I said, I've been up on that land numerous times. There's a great trail that I run up there, and it's a cool piece of land. I don't mind seeing it be developed. But it needs to be developed in a way that's going to handle that stormwater runoff. Mr. Kimball was asking about, Forest Ridge. I think it's important to know that when Forest Ridge was built, there was no Stormwater Management Act, and they built it to what the town agreed was okay. Again, this is back in 88,
yeah.
okay? And we all assume that that's added to the in that work. You know, ordinance now says that any future development in Forest Ridge can't add to that. Anything, any stormwater have to stay on site and be let off over time. Same thing with this development. So I think we've addressed that problem. I just don't want to go backwards by not including on such a, what I would consider a delicate piece of land, that stormwater runoff. I'd like to wait and see what you're gonna do with lot number 1 and 6 and 7 for water runoff. Because I think that big retention pond right uphill from that neighbor's house, right on the setback line from them is a problem, and the setback, right on the setback line from the condos is a problem.
So, yeah, so we're looking, like I said, based on, I was looking to make that smaller, there's no other place for it, though, it has to be downstream, right? So you can't put it somewhere else, but we're
Right.
looking at minimizing, reducing the amount of runoff that goes to that basin. That's what we're looking to do.
And I applaud that, and if you keep 6 and 7 on that side of the road, that should do that. I'm not a part that scares in the land into lawns and park RVs and fireplace pits and.
We can ask Derek about that, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I understand the concern. But I've never, I've never modeled or done a drainage analysis to what could be, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So.
And Ray, if you have a comment on that, as far as, what is that safety factor or, you said
Yep.
conservative
Yep.
estimate?
Factor of safety. I mean, you can apply different factors of safety to an analysis. It could be, 1.5, 2, 2.5, whatever. But I think, practically speaking, the only way to really do that in terms of the model is just to expand that area of disturbance. That would be, to me, the only, Keith, I don't know, I'm spitballing here, so if you have another idea, then certainly weigh in, but
The only way I think to that.
but I don't, there's nothing in your ordinance that says they need to do that. So, and the way we carry this forward, after the design review is done and then we get into construction, again, there's site inspections to make sure that what actually was approved is what gets built. But after that, who knows? South Peak is a good example. The alteration of terrain permit was based on, I think Carol had mentioned it, 2,500 square foot homes and gravel drives. And South Peak is not 2,500 square foot homes and gravel drives. There are 6,000-7,000 square foot homes up there now, and much longer drives with large areas for parking multiple vehicles. So I don't know how you control that at the back end. I think the only way to do that is, make sure you always understand what went into the original development. What was the consideration? These houses may be, I don't know what they are, maybe they're 30 by 30 or 30 by 40, whatever the footprint is. If they start putting in larger houses, you need to.
What's the number of bedrooms?
What's that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
How about number of bedrooms? Only because that would make a difference for parking requirements based on the number of bedrooms. That would affect the impervious surface.
Yeah, yes, maybe. Honestly, I just think as long as you have a robust, permitting process, your land use permit process, whereby once they come in to build a home, they have to get a land use permit. When they come in, your process should be, one of the research items you should do is go back to the approved plans and say, okay, this is the area of disturbance. What's the reality here? What are they actually disturbing? Does it marry up with what was approved by the planning board? That should be plugged into your review process and your land use permit process. That's the only way, in my view, that you can make sure that, you know, the issues that you raise are addressed. Now, once they build their home, 5 years down the road, you know, they could cut down some trees. They don't need to call you and take down a few trees and expand the patio and expand the lawn. That could happen.
I know when we did Pollard Pines, you know, the developer, when he did the HOA documents, he, you know, put a voluntary extra buffer, I think 10 feet in, you know, no tree cutting.
Yeah, I mean, there, you can, again, that's why we always recommend that you actually review the HOA documents, because those need to reflect the, you know, the intent of the planning board relative to your approval on this or any other application. Because, for example, you know, even in my community here, my neighborhood, we have covenants and restrictions. You can't cut down a tree that's on your property unless you go to the environmental committee and get permission to do it. There's those checks built into the HOA documents. So if this is a concern, that if it's the concern of the board that you're concerned about the future development of those individual lots, then look hard at those HOA documents and work with the applicant to build a set of documents that builds those checks into it. So that I realize that takes work, it takes review, it takes vetting, but I would encourage you to do that if this is a major concern of yours. So, and you know, it's up to the applicant to, you know, to determine whether, you know, what they can live with and what they can't.
Can you give your hand up?
I was just gonna reference the HOA documents, and that's the only way that you can secure sort of the, you know, vegetation and trees are preserved, but I mean, just to say somebody's not gonna come in and cut them.
I never they show it here yet.
Right, that's the thing. I mean, the only way to secure that is to.
Yeah, can you talk
HOA and get-
up a little bit?
I'm just thinking the only way to secure the trees and vegetation stay in place is with HOA documents, but we don't have those either. There,
I bet the planning board covered the HOA document.
We could certainly make that a condition, put that language
Right.
into the HOA documents, and we do review those for approval. I don't know if it's necessarily the board, but TRT will take a look at those documents.
And you also have bonding as well.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
so-
come up with,
So bonding, if it has an adverse effect. So they do something and all of a sudden has an adverse effect, then it's right to call into bond to fix that adverse effect. You know, I mean, I'm not saying you're hopefully not gonna have that. But that would be my worst case scenario up here, is that because of the watershed that's up there. If you make changes to it, it may make changes somewhere else, and no one knows what those changes are gonna be. But that's why you put in place bonding, that's why you use the homeowners. Documents to protect how much they cut and what they do. You know, but that's, you have to include those in any approvals to do that.
Go ahead. I'd say I don't know. I don't know if you can do that with bonding though. I mean,
You can.
my understanding of the bonding is. This is the design, you build it to that design. And then, because if you say, okay, we're gonna do it on the effect, well, what if the effect doesn't come for 5 years? Or 8 years or 12 years, how long do we hold the bond until everybody in this room passes away and then we say, okay, you can have your money back?
Well, no, but you know, a project of this magnitude is gonna take more than a year to do. So as they start doing it, you're hopefully gonna see some of those cause and effects. You know, just like we did with Forest Ridge. You know, I mean, so they did come down, and then the town had to end up getting involved in that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna happen before it's ready, but. It wasn't built to spec. We made him build it to spec. It was built to spec. We released the bond.
But we changed the spec 3 or 4 times on that.
No,
Hold on.
they did because the
Didn't work as designed.
Didn't work. Fine.
it wasn't built as a design, and then to redo it, they needed to redesign it.
It was supposed to be a detention pond, but it ended up being a retention
I
pond.
mean, if-
And that was their choice, like, in the redesign.
and that could happen here too. I mean, you know, none of us are engineers.
Correct.
You're going by what's on the plans. Same thing that happened up there, you went by what was on the plan. It's a scary part of any development, but I mean, do you hold them all back because you don't know what's gonna happen?
That's what I'm saying, you can't. Maybe Ray wants to speak to that and how. What can be bonded? Gonna be just, we're gonna bond it and make sure it works?
I don't know, I'm just saying that's one of the mechanisms that you do have. Obviously, Ray would have to weigh in on it, the town attorney or whoever. You know, I mean, but that's the same with any development, South Peak. Forest Ridge, I mean, all these developments, you take a chance of the information that's being submitted is correct and is gonna work. The only one that knows that is at the end of the day when it's done. You know, I mean, take a look at what's happened to Steve just. I mean, it's not just a big development either. Yeah, you could say no, but I don't think. You know, there goes your tax base.
Okay, does anyone have anything else? So there's a motion to continue this hearing to March 13th.
There's a motion?
I'm asking for a motion.
Oh.
So it is March 13th at 6 P.M.
And are we giving them specific?
Guys, I think we have to tell them what we want, but.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like, what,
let's do that.
we just coming back to chat tomorrow?
No, let's work, okay.
So we need,
I'd like to, I'll be the first to add to the list is, I'd like to see what your changes are in the stormwater plan with lot 1 and 6 and 7. Specifically, or any other changes that are being made.
So I have one question about that. Actually, two lots 1 to 5 are in one HOA and then 6 and 7 are on a different one. Is that,
6 and 7 are not a part of an HOA.
sorry,
6 and 7 are not a part of an HOA, they have a different access at a shared drive.
okay, but they're using an HOA's, they're using somebody else's retention.
The way it's gonna be redrawn.
They won't.
Okay,
They won't.
okay.
So yes, as we just discussed, is again in Ray's comments. So in other words, we'll be addressing Ray's comments and we'll be submitting updated plans, comment response letter and revised draft report to the board.
Drainage.
yeah, I'd like to see Ray's peer review comments answered. Because a lot of what everybody brought up tonight, with the exception of traffic.
Yep.
Is in there, I think the traffic, he has the information that the gentleman does that we should probably have so we can look at it.
All right, so work on Ray's list of January 19th.
There's like 11 pages there.
Yeah. How about the roads, being 24 feet? White Birch Lane goes to 24 feet.
Well, I think that was one of, Ray, you did address that, didn't you?
I did. So there's a trade-off here. So if you're worried about, if your objective is to minimize the impervious area because there's your higher priority or higher concern is stormwater runoff, then obviously a 20-foot wide roadway would be better than a 24-foot roadway. If pedestrian safety is a concern, if it's a throughway, and you're going to have a lot of pedestrian traffic, then sure, yeah, maybe you want to go with a 24-foot wide roadway. But correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, but I think the dimensions on this roadway it's curbed, right? On that extension to White Birch Lane. Is it curbed?
It is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's a 20-foot wide roadway. It's curbed, but I believe, I thought in the typical section you had you identified some area behind the curb line that's part of the roadway. Yes, no?
No, I think the travel lane is 20 and then we have the curved, Cape Cod curve, Tumas curves
Okay.
also, which are I think a foot wide.
Okay.
Um,
So a couple
Ray, in
of-
your comments, I believe you talked about Mansion Hill making that 24 feet wide, because that's what.
I would
You not
I-
comment on the other one.
Yeah, my recommendation is just to match up the width of pavement on Mansion Hill. I don't think you have to, I wouldn't. neck it
Let
down.
White Birch stay at 20s.
And then, the one at White Birch, again, if it's 20 feet wide, it creates more traffic calming, which means people will have a tendency to slow down because the roadway width is more narrow. And also because it's curved, so there's no like shoulder they can get up on. So slower traffic, it's a dead end road, my opinion, 20-foot wide roadway for that development, for that number of house lots is sufficient. And it minimizes the impervious area. So it checks a lot of boxes. Of course, you know, folks like to walk in the road, it's a little tighter. But again, it's a dead end street, so it's not a through street. You're not going to get a lot of traffic through there. So it seems to me that, you know, a 20-foot wide, all things considered, would probably be the better alternative in this case.
Everything else?
So we had so we're saying Ray's comments on January 19th.
Yeah.
We already he has the information on the traffic.
Yeah.
OJ's comments were about
Stormwater.
and changes to that. What else do we have?
Conservation easement,
Conservation.
not that needs to be written and drafted, but maybe a note.
Yeah, I'll update, I
Just
didn't
make
have a
it
response to that.
If I-
What we're saying, yeah,
Okay.
yep, I'll update that response.
Okay, and as part of the traffic, we're gonna get something from the police chief.
That was a question about environmental impact. We're gonna-
We had something about a condition of approval for easement drainage. What was that? Was that just the stormwater? Condition of approval of phases, without that, we can be done in phases. Written that down, but I didn't elaborate much on it.
Well, I think you said you weren't gonna do phases anymore.
Right now it's denied.
Yeah.
No.
I think those were,
She had a question.
She had a question about an environmental impact, but I think we're covering it with stormwater and the traffic and conservation easement.
Something should be 20-foot paved, at least a 4-foot. Non-paved piece on the side. For walking, whatever. In the wintertime, you plow those roads, the roads aren't gonna be 20 feet wide.
Well, it looks like and I don't use the word easement because that's not correct, the land that you're retaining to build the road. It is substantially wider than the 20 feet. 20 feet is in the middle of that path. With at least a couple of feet on each
I
side.
think it's a 50-foot right away from remember, so.
Yeah, that I think, OJ, you're referring to the 50-foot right of way. So the roadway is within the pavement footprint, the roadway footprint.
So
is
snow can be put into the
50-foot
right of way.
wide right of way.
Okay,
So that right of way will be under the HOA. Will be the HOA's responsibility.
but snow can be put into the right of way as they plow it, right? So
Correct, yeah, there's room, plenty of room within the right of way, but just.
Someone from the public has a question, does anyone have checked if I take it?
I have one other question.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask Ray. Hey, Ray, is there any way that you can make a determination, or anyone can make a determination about? There seems to be a lot of concern about flooded basements and the changing of water once all this construction starts. Is there any way to model that, change? How do you quantify that? How do you put some sort of controls in there so that if it does change it, who's responsible for it? You know, because I would hate to see people's basements start to get flooded because something happened. And I don't know how that gets addressed, but it seems that there's a concern about that. And maybe, is there a way to address that?
The best way to address that is, you know, go to the problem and work your way backwards. So, I mean, the flooded basements could be, it could be a groundwater issue and a cracked foundation. It could be, it may not even be related to surface water flow. So, it could be any number of things. So if folks have.
There's no way.
If folks have, if existing homes, say at the bottom of Mansion Hill, I'm assuming maybe that's where they're located. If they're having issues with flooded basements, then you'd have to go into those basements and see what the issue might be and work it back from there. As far as determining how to, what amount of runoff comes off of this hillside and is it causing flooded basements, that you'd be hard pressed to conduct any type of study to make that get a definitive answer on that.
Just thought I'd ask.
Still want to make it work.
Kim, you have a question back there?
Yes, I can't see the monitors from here, but you spoke to two people. I just didn't know out of respect for them. If there's anybody up there that still wanted to talk because.
Oh, I already asked, no, had they,
Okay,
Okay.
I can't see from here.
yeah, no, I've been checking.
All right, thank you.
Is, Jim, with regard to your motion, is that enough time for everybody to get the information they need? I think we ought to ask that.
Yeah, I mean, it's no sense having everybody come down.
So that's enough time for me to revise the plans in the drainage report. I'll have that time, like, for Ray then to review it all and then basically give a clean letter that we addressed everything. It's gonna take me a couple of weeks, let's say 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
To revise the plans and in the stormwater report and send it to Ray. So that would then only give Ray 2 weeks, right, we're a month away, right?
Right.
To review it and say, yep, they addressed everything.
Ray, how long do you think it would take to review the information and get it back to the town so we can see it once they submit it to you? He's saying it's only 2 weeks. If he takes 2 weeks, is 2 weeks enough time for you, or do you need more time than that?
Well, Paul, that depends upon what else is in the queue.
You're hedging, right? How about an answer?
I'm not hedging, so here's what we do, what we tell everybody is we have 15 business, we try to turn it around, certainly within 15 business days. Sometimes we can turn it around in 2 days, sometimes it's 15 business days. And then depending upon the size of the project, maybe it has to take a little longer because we're working out details with the consulting engineer. But I mean, you've got Mansion Hill, you've got Fireside, in terms of it probably going to construction this year. You got the new Upper Crooked Mountain Road subdivision. So there are several projects that are in the queue that are in review, and it depends on what hits our desk first. So if the decks are cleared and if it hits our desk in 2 weeks and we got nothing else in the queue and we're waiting for other consultants to, turn around their responses, then, 2 weeks is definitely doable, but I can't tell you what 2 weeks from now, if we're not going to be looking at 2 more subdivisions. So.
You're looking at your calendar.
I wish I could be more definitive than that, but, we'll certainly put it on our calendar to, expect it. And, Keith, just so you know, I'm not gonna pick up the phone and call you and say, how you coming along? I'm just gonna wait for it to hit the desk.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna call you probably beginning next week just to kind of hash through a couple of questions I had on your comments, but I'll speak to you. Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Call me anytime and we're happy to help.
Great.
So I'm not gonna be here on the 27th. Just be heads up.
Water?
George on board, but I'm not gonna be here. Anyone have a suggestion? You wanna do the 13th and continue if need be, or do you wanna do it on the 27th?
Could we leave it for the 13th? Because we always then request a continuance if Ray isn't able to get to it, right?
Okay, so just another little, I'm gonna be away for the last 2 weeks of March. So, I mean, I can put it on the agenda for the 13th and
Then we'd have to continue. for
read on the 13th, you've got plenty of work to do, so you can just say, I'm not ready yet, or Ray can say, we're not ready yet. And, we can continue it, and if we have a big enough heads up, and I know in time to put the agenda on, I can put on the agenda that you intend to ask for an extension or something. for a certain period of time.
So, I mean, that's my preference in case, we need all the other projects in on Ray's desk, that then moved up by us, that we could hopefully resolve this. And go to vote on the 13th, and if not, like I said, if we take 2 weeks and Ray's, it's third on Ray's list and he can't get to it, we just ask for continuance.
13th.
All right, 13th, all right,
But
so
if I knew in time for, like, Friday before the Wednesday.
It'll be on Ray, cause I'll have my stuff
Right.
now,
Anyway.
so it'll be
Well, I
on
can
Ray's.
put it on the agenda.
My stuff will be done,
So when I send it out, everybody's.
it's not a choice. Yeah, I understand, but yeah, we'll know in time to know it, why I'd say like a week or two ahead of time if we need to. I would think, right, Ray, does that make sense?
you work late, don't they?
I'm sorry, Keith, can you repeat that? You were breaking up there a bit.
So I was just saying that, that we're requesting that we set it for the 15th, and if we need to ask for continuance because either I get delayed or I begin to have other things on your plate, then, back to your plate before this, we'll know like a time if we need to continue.
Again, I'm sorry, you're just breaking up. I couldn't make out what you're saying.
Move it to the 13th.
Okay, you okay with 13th, and we'll just get a continuance if need be.
Absolutely. Yep, that works. Sorry.
All right, so is there a motion to continue the March 13th, 6 P.M.?
Motion to carry, continue to March 13th.
Joe, second,
No, yeah, March, February 13th.
March 13th.
March 13th.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you, everybody.
What is it ready to go back with it? What happens, look at all the roads, traffic, and-
Yeah.
You know the Nordic here? Steve? Yeah, you know the Nordic here on the road.
Yeah, that's fine. So actually, Mark Stiles is up next.
We can do like California did, on parade road, the old Main Street. Come in, we just, take a bike on, put a big red light.
Yeah, I just go
Wait, peak period, they come on. Nobody can go down that road in peak period, so then, yes, down by the old, train depot, that road, that the back, the Main Street cut over. We can do the same thing right back and do it again. You come out that way, then we could, if there was any traffic, lights come off and go down both ways. In the meantime, it becomes one way out. Where the peak area is. The last 2 weeks ago, I was in Pollard Road. And it was just as much of a big line of Pollard Road as it was on Main Street. They're all going that way, come back out.
Yeah, and then they
Better
fly it on
idea.
School Street to get to either location. It's a straight route.
I like it on Pleasant Street, they go by like 60 miles an hour, flip you off, and then they realize you can't go all the road. They have to come back, they're like, what the.
So they fly it on School Street.
I know.
That was stopping all that big runway going right down Pollard Road. Peak periods, weekends.
I think they're getting like a baby, just leave it out on the road on their mailbox.
It's like, what's his name, Kyle Wheaton? He's got one of those little green men with a sign out, with holding a little stick, it says, slow children. Some little old lady went flying out, the kids were playing in the road, she ran. Ran right over the little green man.
At least you didn't know the kid.
Where I lived on Mary Lake Road, the school bus turned around in the driveway right next to my garage. and I
Yeah.
Knew. Right there.
The peak periods with school was pretty congested on Main Street. They should consider opening up the road going to Pollard Road. They could access the other route, so I have to go down Main Street.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was discussed before, nothing's ever been done about it.
Just kick you off. What were you saying?
But the school bus was backed in because I just planted a little conifer tree.
Yeah.
in the yard. She ran that over and there were tire marks all the way down the side of the canoe. And there was, she had no clue.
Yeah. That's
People
on the
are just like,
interstate.
they get in that zone. and they don't know.
You see it all.
Yeah. It doesn't know.
They go to the gypsy and they come up and park on the lawn. So it's, I think it's time to water them. With this, they wanna get in the car, they do it quick. What's going on?
Dial there?
Which,
Dial there?
yeah, next on the agenda.
You do?
Here. I get for the week, Carol.
Me already. He doesn't exist. Put the new runners in. Okay. Now what, yeah.
I was gonna ask them if they're putting in a passing lane.
Hear anything from your-
No, he drive right up.
I'll be gone. Piece of shit.
Who was that?
Yeah, then we get that other road is across the river, when it's 93, like, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
We all thought of,
Like it presented again.
well, they already shut it down, because it was the subdivision. The time you probably would have. If you come out 93, like, travel down. The sign says, Blue Mountain ski area. Only, no amenities. Come up the interstate, go to South Side, South Mountain parking lot.
Oh, it's still there.
They could get back on, going south only, and be visit. Could be a tool. You gotta go north, there, and then way. But I get shut down. Now, the land between. Howard, you know, Howard, property, it's been bought up by somebody else. Yep, made a proposal one time going to, one spot, bought it, came to the world, make the cool. They were up to it, that was shut down. Phenomenal.
All right, ready?
Yeah. Let's move.
Hi. Mark Stiles, you here? Who's presenting this one?
I
am here, present,
Yeah, Stuart's here.
Stuart as well. And Brian's on Zoom.
Do I have what you need?
Close enough.
I get that ball. What, that's,
That was needed.
that was him?
Go ahead, sir. What you
Okay,
need?
do you want to read them,
What you need?
proposal or just go right into it?
Just tell us what you like to do, what you like, why are you here?
Okay, yes,
What you
Mark
need?
Starr was on the call as well, Mark, I'm just gonna tee this up. A little bit, but we're specifically looking at 153 and 155.
The record, sir?
I'm sorry, I'm Stuart Anderson with Alva Architects. You have in your packets some agent authorization letter, let us act on Mark's behalf this evening, but I'll let Mark just kick it off briefly.
Hi, folks, welcome back. Good to see you all again on this beautiful Wednesday evening. If you recall, we've been kicking around this property for over 3 years, hoping to figure out the perfect use for the property. We're here today following up on the conceptual hearing that we had a few months back with respect to a mixed-use concept for the 153 Main Street property. Bear in mind, I also own the, excuse me, I own the 155 Main Street right next door to it. So the access and the parking would be shared, and I would be working through that, obviously. But the idea is to have a container concept with mixed use, having 3 commercial / retails and 4 residential micro units. We took what you had suggested with respect to the architectural component design. We've put a roof on it. We also eliminated the idea of a food truck out front and replaced it with that 3rd retail container that would run parallel with Main Street. And we did all of the civil engineering with respect to the snow loads and the stormwater drain that you had asked for, and that's the application that we're submitting with you today.
But then run through a few specifics. Yeah, so Mark said we're talking about 153 Main Street and 155 Main Street that are currently buildings respectively on each of those lots. The proposal would be to demolish the existing building that is on 153 Main Street and replace that with a new structure. The structure that currently exists at 155 Main Street remains as is unaltered. As Mark had noted, he owns both properties, although they are in different names, but he would allow, effectively grant himself the necessary legal easements for access and parking, so that both lots could be aggregated together to achieve all of the off-street parking requirements. And you'll see those calculations are actually on SP1, which demonstrates the parking requirement can be met for both of those lots combined, although the parking would bridge one lot to the other.
Stuart,
Yes, sir.
have you and the applicant seen the technical review committees?
Well, I just did that this afternoon. Emailed them.
I think it right like 4 minutes before the meeting. Yes.
Right,
So-
and I kept getting interrupted all week, so
So
it's not really finished, but it was as best I could do.
But because one of the things on here from the technical review committee talks about, it says the developer applied for site plan review approval and includes 2 lots that are not in the same ownership. There's no application for voluntary merger. The merge the 2 adjacent lots, 2 lots are in different ownership, so would not qualify for a voluntary lot merger. Property would have to be transferred to identical ownership first. The plans as submitted look like the applicant is presuming a lot merger, so that was one of the comments on from KB Partners, I think,
No,
and
that's me.
or Carol.
So correct, the lots are in 2 different entity names, although Mark owns both entities. So yes, from a legal standpoint, they're in 2 different entities. There's no proposal to merge the 2 lots, that they would remain as 2 separate lots with their respective setbacks. What we would be looking to address is currently there's access from Maple Street that runs behind both lots that exist today. We're talking effectively on continuing the development of that to allow both 153 and 155 to be accessed off of Maple Street and allow the parking to aggregate the 2 lots to achieve all of the off-street requirements for both lots.
Is there any reason you don't want to merge the 2 lots?
That would be 2 separate, 2 detached buildings on the same lot.
Because there's no reason to merge them, and it gives me a lot more flexibility. The reason we were proposing to merge them with the first project is because the building was actually going to have a footprint that exceeded both lots and shared the lots. These were still doing separate assets within the separate lots.
Yeah, but one of the things you're doing here is that you're proposing a change on 153. but you're augmenting that with the parking on 155, so
What's wrong with that?
that doesn't give it a great,
It's supposed to have on-site parking.
right, it's all supposed to be on one site, according to the town requirements. And what you're doing is committing another site's property to another site's requirements. To me, that seems a little going around the horn on the requirements.
Even if he grants himself a legal easement and perpetuity.
We have to run that by somebody, but I'm a legal person, but I.
Because we achieve all of the required.
Oh, no. I see that you do that, but I'm just, so if 155 decides, if he decides 155 is gonna be something different, and he changes that later on. After 153 has already been committed to what he wants to do here, then where are you at?
Well, I would imagine you would have to approve that, right? You would have to approve the change of use, correct? So there would be a check, there would be a check to balance that.
Well, and then there's the setback requirements too. For each individual lot.
You mean, so,
Can we let the applicant, can we let the applicant complete his presentation before we?
I'm sorry, I just got into it because of the.
Yeah.
The dual ownership.
So sorry, Paul, to your comment, yes, I guess, we do have that, commentary, but, as I said, it just arrived moments before the meeting started, so we haven't really absorbed or understood what that was saying. So yeah, so to clarify, there's no intention right now to merge the two lots. We satisfy the setback requirements on both lots individually. I believe I did take a glance through, I think there was a question that currently the drawings are showing two front setbacks, Maple Street and Main Street. So if Maple Street is not considered a front and would be a side, obviously that setback would be different. But again, it still works either way. It doesn't actually affect anything because the building on 155 Main Street exists and there's no plan to change it. Even if we increase it to the 15-foot sideline setback, the building still isn't within the setback. So either way, that is almost irrelevant to some extent. Both lots achieve or below the threshold for lot coverage, and that they're allowable 70% lot coverage. Each lot individually, respectively, stays underneath that 70% lot coverage. And again, on sheet SP1, you can see these calculations that achieve that. So essentially, right, what we're looking to do is demolish the structure on 153, replace that with a new structure. We can achieve all of the off-street parking requirements. We can respectively achieve all of the access requirements and achieve all of the drainage requirements by granting mutual easement across the two lots that would exist in perpetuity.
What's the building consist of at 153 Main Street?
The new proposed building?
No, the existing building, what's in there?
It's kind of like abandoned, it's not in use.
Okay.
I mean, there's an existing previous residence was there once upon
Are
a
you
time.
asking 153 or 155, Jim?
The one that's coming down,
Yeah, abandoned single family.
just a single family?
Right.
It may have been it may have been a two-family at one point. It's unclear.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right, and 155, as said, remains as is. There's currently a business use out of that function right now, so that doesn't change. There's no proposed change in use to what's happening on 155. 153 would be a mixed use building between small business and small residential, very small residential. I mean, these are to service people who are looking for very small spaces within the community.
Are you intending to condo these out at some point?
I would defer to Mark on that. It's what the future plan like.
Potentially.
Continue.
So yes, so as Mark had said, the proposal is to assemble what are effectively containers, and I believe there actually is one sitting on the property or on the rear property currently that I believe this group rented an extension for that to remain there while this development unfolds. But the proposal would be to assemble multiple of those, as has become common practice throughout various areas, and then effectively dress them up to look and be more consistent with architectural style and so on and so forth within the compatible surroundings. As I said, both lots achieve the lot coverage percentages as required. And it also then means that we would be effectively abandoning what is the main street access to currently 153 Union Street. So that would be solely access from a particular perspective off of Union Street. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is your dumpster pad on your property? What's the name of the plans?
There is no, there's nothing there.
That's an existing.
But still doesn't look like it's on the property. It looks like it's on. Where
That's not our dumpster.
Oh, okay. So
That's Bella Casa or the building next door with the Thai food restaurant.
Do you have a dumpster that you're planning on using for this facility?
No, I do not. This is everything's gonna be micro units that won't require dumpster.
Okay, so they'll just use the town solid waste facility? Okay.
Yes.
Any,
So I think the question is, before you really are, it's the access and parking, I think, are the questions that we have for you in terms of, is this an acceptable solution to aggregate the two lots, three perpetual easements to allow both of these functions to happen simultaneously?
I think the big question is, you have two apartments, just two residential uses, you need 15,000 square feet per unit to start with. The lot isn't big enough for that.
No, it's not. And, as it was so eloquently referred to as the city earlier today, we were hoping that we could request waivers such as we did the last presentation that we had approved, where we had 3 commercial and 6 residential on that approval. It is tight, and we're looking to help with the housing. We're looking to create something unique, and we're well aware that it is in a really special part of town, and we'd be seeking waivers from the 15,000 square foot requirement for a single.
How many square feet are they?
For the units themselves,
0.16 acres.
2 residential units, 160 square feet. 2 of them are 320 square feet.
I think he asked about the lot.
I'm sorry, did you press on the lot or the unit size?
I was looking for the units.
Yeah, so sorry, that was the unit size of this.
Now, Mark, you were saying you were gonna do short-term rentals with these. Is that still accurate, or are you gonna plan on?
I don't think so. I think the perfect guest for these properties is somebody who works locally. The restriction that the town currently has, the one that gives me pause is the single ownership. And Jim, you had inquired earlier whether I was looking to create a condominium out of this, and at some point that may very well be the strategy, where having this restriction would cause a tremendous problem with that. The extent of the leases, those types of restrictions aren't what bothers me. It's the inability for hedging that downside risk if we decide that we want to sell off portions of these. And the way the workforce regulation reads right now, it has to be single ownership, and that's where we have some pause, which is why we're seeking waivers versus applying for the workforce restriction. However, to answer your question, I believe it's a without using the term workforce, I think it's a unit for a guest who's working in town.
We're not concerned about, the architectural requirements, not looking New England-y. Want to comment on that?
I didn't hear you.
Just a comment, let me read here that
Daryl's comment, but
Planning board shall apply the site and building design requirements as required in the site plan review requirements. It goes on. You know,
Well, that's where we addressed from the conceptual, creating that roof line as opposed to having the flat roofs. You know, we did take that into consideration to run that same vista along the main road there to keep that A-frame mill house look to the front of it. Log cabiny kind of concept. Is that what you're referring to?
so a question.
And what about looks like you have a few big pane windows here, is that? You know, I see that you did what they call mullions or something, in the front that's gonna be on the street is like the big pane glass windows. And then it looks like there's another big pane glass on the second floor.
I think it's a relative scale question. Those windows are no bigger than the windows in this room we're sitting in. It's just because the buildings are relatively small, they look large in comparison.
So it looks like a sliding glass door up on the second floor.
Yeah,
Yep.
so typical patio door, correct?
And the
It's
lot-
actually the one that you're looking at that faces 155 is the one proposed in the parking lot right now. So that
Mhm.
second floor facing into the green area would be that container. When you see the second floor to the first floor, there's more likely than not going to be some sort of a skirt that will continue the flow of that container that's out front. That runs parallel to Main Street, and there you see the gap to the second floor. There'll be some form of a smooth skirt there, so it doesn't have that big gap in there.
Paul, you have a question?
so. I'm seeing 3 retail spaces here. What would those be used for? And
Entrepreneurs, let's go. What do you think? Right?
well, no, I'm questioning about whether or not it's gonna require more parking. Because if you have seating or something like that, how does that compare? You know what I mean?
Well,
I-
you know, looking at your
I
bylaws,
haven't done the calculations on about. if
we
you were
did.
Outside tables, or if you were to put things like that,
Would that be a
I think
problem?
that changes the parking requirement.
So
Well, you don't-
Restaurant,
Put that count.
so if there's any kind of
Food service or something, right?
restaurant.
Outside
That's a different
tables,
use.
That's a
This is
different use.
what's that?
different use.
That's a different use. That's its own use that he's not applying for that.
Like a business use.
Just regular retail.
Retail.
So which
Which
is
has a requirement. for-
hard goods, you mean? Don't you say it's hard goods instead of food? Or it could be office space or something like that.
Business office.
Yeah,
Well, I was thinking it would be a grab and go type of food, not a restaurant, not a seating, to go, an ice cream, a coffee, a crepe, a panini, I'm leaving the
You
mountain.
know,
I'm-
that you need a food
but I'm-
service taking spot.
What?
So that's food.
Yeah, but it's not a restaurant.
And
It's
you need a
not,
food service license.
the
well,
proprietor would.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna run the,
And bear in mind
I
that the
understand
square footage of that unit's 160 square feet, so the calculation by the ordinance doesn't change for parking.
Oh, right, but if he's gonna put any type of seating exterior or stuff like that, I'm just asking,
Understood, yeah.
you know, then it does change that, you know, but you have to consider that when you're doing this. If retail is just hard goods or office space, then I don't think you have any parking changes, do you? But if it's food and you had outside seating or something like that, you just need to be aware that there could be some parking.
well, I would call that out now, because that more than likely 2 of those 3 will be some sort of a grab and go
If I'm
concept.
not mistaken, the parking in Main Street doesn't count.
Right.
Why?
Here,
It's size and employees, I thought.
right, so I mean,
No, he's talking about the parking spaces that are on the street,
On Main Street,
on Main Street.
Yeah,
So
no,
they
I
can't-
know.
So I've counted 7 spaces.
And
There's
mean,
19. There's 19 between the two buildings.
Your chart says 16.
I don't even see
The
that.
plan says 16. Count. What sort of
Did we count the front three on the last approval?
Each of these is a part.
Did we get did we have?
So they have counted up to 16 on that same page.
There's 16.
Yeah, on the handicap.
Got
Did
me.
we,
No, which that varies with the, on the bottom left of that SP1 is how the parking is calculated. So a business occupancy is 1 + 1 per 300 square feet. I mean, units. We rounded up to 1 because I feel that's a half of a space, but I can't have half.
So, on the big plan, it says you have 16 spaces.
Correct, and that's what's graphically represented.
Yeah, that's right, I just counted it.
You know,
Have a non-parking question. Go ahead to move on.
Yep.
On the rendition of the buildings, there are some spots that have vertical siding and some spots that have horizontal siding. Can you talk us through what those are gonna look like as far as, material texture? Is that wood covered over the metal? Is that the metal itself or what?
Right, so yeah, I think a little of that is to be determined, we haven't necessarily refined the exterior. To the point that we had that defined yet, and part, I think it was largely to ensure that this concept was acceptable to the planning board. And obviously we can refine that, so yes, I mean, the containers, obviously, as you have a chance to see one firsthand from the property. And then that's why the container arrives, there is an opportunity to grass the outside if we so wish. But to be determined, I guess, but that hasn't been locked in at this point in time. They arrive, they're shipped as a weatherproof container. And there's no requirement for a further exterior skin from a building performance standpoint. That would be purely aesthetics.
But you're planning on doing what's represented here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this had a mix of horizontal and vertical, correct?
You're not planning on just leaving it a container.
the idea is not to leave it straight container after listening to the conceptual hearing. However, keeping some of the container so that it shows the origin of what it is. However, the idea is to match the siding to 155 in the staggered between container and siding.
So where would you keep the original container look?
So for in the commercial, retail, grab and go concepts around the window areas for sure. And as you approach the courtyard area where those are, and then I see siding on the residential pieces, but also siding on the commercial pieces with open areas where you can see, oh, this is one of those recycled storage containers.
And you say you see that, but I don't see it on the plans. It looks like it's all sided to me.
Yeah, we can clarify that, if that's.
Yeah, I mean, on the plan, it shows, to me, it looks like it's all sided. Some, as well, just said, some vertical, some horizontal, but it probably would be nice to know what portions of it were going to be left. Without drawing OJ, what portions would be left looking like it is?
Yeah, I guess just there was concern that it didn't look like 4 boxes piled up. And I think that this concept went a long way towards doing that. With the, deck out front, the walkway decks on the side. slant roofs, you know, they don't look like 4 boxes piled up. But I guess I was just, questioning, is it all gonna be, wood or vinyl siding, or is it gonna be, as Mark said, a mix of some siding types and some raw metal? I just think that aesthetics part was the thing that I think I heard the most feedback on, both at the meeting and subsequently from people in town is, 4 metal boxes piled up on Main Street versus, sloped roofs, patios, there's a big difference visually. So I'm just wondering what the details of that were.
Yeah, and I think that's now, we haven't resolved. yet,
Okay.
So we can certainly follow up with specifics on that.
Carol,
So I think we had a memo, it wasn't in relation to this. But, one of the concerns that I have that we have to run by the town attorney would be, that this is basically, a landlocked lot. And then there are the restrictions to allow us to grant a land use permit for
are
something.
you saying
that's-
it's landlocked because the access is via an easement?
Correct.
Well, there's also a curb cut too, technically.
Hold on, you can't all talk at once.
Well, except for the curb cut is gonna supposedly go away, right? So it doesn't look like you're gonna be able to drive over the patio and with 6-foot benches.
We've done that with residential ones.
Correct, so from a vehicular
Well,
standpoint,
except for, we're not supposed to be able to create, landlocked
If
parcels.
there's an easement, it's not legally landlocked.
But did you see the memo about it?
No, I didn't.
No,
Okay.
I would like to see that.
Well, it wasn't meant for this project. It's meant for South Peak, talking about the landlocked.
is the memo part of your technical review team?
Not on this, I didn't get that far on this, the report for this one. But it is on there's a memo from Jason, it's in the packet.
just to clarify, even if it was determined landlocked, that would only be from a vehicular perspective. It still has its own pedestrian frontage on Main Street.
Right.
It's not like you have to get across another lot to get to this. It would only be from a vehicular perspective.
Well, I think it's.
You have to cross it back.
Sorry?
We'd have to have.
Get to it.
Right, by
Get
easement.
advice
I
from our
think it's
town.
more an issue of fire protection,
Because-
but I mean, you have frontage on Main Street.
We've done that with residential properties, where you have to go across a piece.
Yeah,
Well, my
you're
brother
not
Dave did that.
supposed to. You're not supposed to, that's,
Oh,
What about the fact that it abuts?
Piece of land in New Hampshire, Carol.
what?
The piece of land in New Hampshire is landlocked. The town has
It's-
right away through the property, another property to get to it.
It's not landlocked. It's
I know,
on Main
but
Street.
Excuse us for reference, she's talking something else. But she didn't carry it off on this one.
Anyway, we'll have to get advice from our town attorney, and we just tell them.
Well, with the simple response to that be to maintain the one vehicular spot that comes up on Main Street. In addition to the
if
rest,
you merge the lot, you won't have any problem with it at all.
well, but then you'll have issue with 2 buildings on a single lot, right?
That's not an issue. I mean, I don't
Well,
think, there's
it's-
2
it's
buildings on a
all
lot.
business.
Not yet.
So it'd be just lot, it would just be wall coverage. Right?
I mean, it's a business, say it's business use, it's an owner's.
But those buildings would be business use, so lot coverage would be the issue, it wouldn't be 15,000 square feet per dwelling unit. You wouldn't have to
Well, it
worry
is, but
about
it's
that.
residential apartments. This is not.
And it's an
doing it.
apartment, so that's a business use.
No, that's only restricted multifamily.
It's either restricted multifamily or a special exception.
Correct.
Not going for a restricted multifamily, so he's looking for a special exception for waivers, what he's looking for.
Right, consistent with what you granted for the previous application.
Well, let that one lapse, so.
Understood?
Yeah.
But you granted it, I guess, is my point.
If we did a calculation, how many parking spaces we actually need.
Yeah, SP1 has that.
SB1 has that 16.
Goes down each,
Here we go, right here.
each lot, yeah.
It's easier to look on a big plan, Jim, if you have.
That for some reason.
Yeah.
You don't mind?
Little one's easier.
Yeah, gotta have good eyes to see that though.
See,
This
fine.
is so much easier to.
I just can't see you. I can read this.
Well, that's not a bad thing to take.
Can I bring up a couple of items?
Yeah.
I wondered, because you said there's gonna be no dumpsters, so that's omitted, but what about fuel tank locations? It doesn't show here anything about fuel tanks, and on this side, on the east elevation, there's like a low point in the drainage. And I
So
want-
sorry, what fuel tanks are you referring to?
for heating the units, for heating the
It's
structure.
gonna be electric. It's all
Yeah.
electric.
Pumps.
Okay.
There's propane tanks at 155. However, we intend to use mini splits throughout.
Nice.
It's electric, it's book out.
Yeah, and the drainage, I was curious, there's a low point here in the back on the east side of the unit. And I understand probably all grass, but it seems like it's just gonna pool there, maybe encroach into the abutters property.
Yeah.
And maybe if you had like a gutter system on the house or the structure that to divert the water somewhere else.
He has on the plan that they have a drainage, like a, red drain.
On the parking area, right?
Where were you looking at the low spot?
Here on the east elevation on the site plan, there's low points here.
What plan are you
What
looking
sheet,
at?
what did you bottom right hand sheet say?
It's the BP one.
Okay.
Which is really just consistent with the existing grades,
Right, but I
which
mean,
has a low point.
right,
You want
but I mean,
to tip it the other way. Would be without offending the neighbor's wall. You'd have to create some type of small retaining wall.
right. you could
Which
bring in
neighbor are we referring to?
there.
Sorry, Mark, it would be the neighbor directly to the west.
To the east. No, you're right, to the west, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
So there's currently a low point in the grade on that western property line. And I think Danielle's point was the proposed grading plan effectively maintains that low point.
yeah,
To address that, so because there's very little land to work with. To tip that accordingly to say, go towards the dry well
Yeah,
would, without disrupting the neighbor's property. You have to kind of create a vertical cut on the proper plot.
830.
or just like some sort of French
So
drain,
flat
or
across
corrugated
that.
pipe or something.
I mean, when we say a low point, we're talking 3-4 inches.
Yeah, my other thought was, other than that was like a lighting plan. What were you gonna do for a lighting plan? And also another thought was like, some sort of roof over these entries to divert water. And prevent icing and stuff on the properties, but. It's probably a little bit excessive for what we do. Just have it.
You can put some underground drainage in there.
well, the roof does carry over the
Drywall.
commercial side. The walkway does carry the roof line over the handicap
Drainage bring it right to the drywall.
approach.
Right, it's more about disturbance, but yes.
Yeah.
That,
But then it takes care of the low point.
right. Right. We're talking-
Yeah, there's a low point on both sides. And you had once mentioned like a garden scape. Are you gonna plan on doing landscaping in that area for the patio?
Yes, in between the two buildings would be a green area with what I would envision in a couple of Adirondack chairs. I have a chairlift that I might hang there for, again, not for hostess seating, not for anything, but like
Right,
picnic type,
yeah.
grab and go and get on the road.
Yeah, I was thinking you could even put some winterberry or something on this backside on the west to absorb some of that water. There we go. Those are my thoughts.
Don't have anything else?
I just have a question on the ADA bathroom. That is servicing, say, all 3 retail spaces, and that's the common ADA bathroom.
Correct.
And the public.
So, right, the units, the containers themselves, each of the businesses have a bathroom within. But obviously it's valuable square footage, we need 3 accessible bathrooms within each unit. So the proposal is to create a common one that all you can access that would be secure, you know, you've got to go to the business and get a key card or something to get into it.
Sure.
But yes, that would service that function.
Is that ADA bathroom gonna be, you said the public, is that like a 24/7 public bathroom?
No, for someone who is a patron of one of the establishments.
All right,
Give you a key on the loading chain.
Like, yeah,
I'm just- Hey, it's a classic old gas station, right? To get a key chain.
exactly.
And you,
one of the comments of the town has always been that there's, you know,
public restrooms, right?
public restrooms, so.
Yeah.
Someone using that, if you're in retail space number 1. You would go out the door, turn right. Go along what would be a level. Walkway along the front of the buildings. You then kind of do a U-turn and get down the ramp. When you get to the bottom of the ramp, I assume that'll be paved. Or. Between there and the rest of. Why isn't that door facing where you come down? Into it, rather than making them go out virtually into the parking, but towards the parking lot. And then back in, yeah, it's a minor thing, I just didn't know if there was. You got to keep putting the door closer to where you come down.
It would really just be a potential for congestion at the base of the ramp. Yes, that could be reconfigured, and that's. I think it would just be user preference at that point in time, it screens a little bit more from that. That kind of area between the buildings, so it faces the rear rather than the side. And obviously, bottom of the ramp. Is right there as well, so if you're coming out of that and someone's coming down the ramp simultaneously. Again, we're not talking about. But there's a potential for.
Is that,
Yes.
is that view on the northwest elevation on A 3.1?
Best go to look at an A1.1.
A 1.1?
You can just, I think what Odie is referencing is the orientation of the door.
Yeah, A1.1.
Of that.
Right, I was trying to look at it on the
You can,
architectural. Which one is it?
right, it appears on A04. On the rear parking lot perspective, bottom right, that's what you want to look at. A0.4.
A what?
A0.4.
0.4. All right, that's okay, I'll find it.
And is that just a stick built or is that small
Okay.
container?
No, that's stick built.
Okay, right.
If you said it, I'm sorry if I missed it, but were they sitting on a slab or?
Helical piling.
The small bathroom would be sitting on its own slab, but yes, the rest would
Yes,
be on piles.
Yeah, okay.
and the front container might actually be on slab too, right?
Correct, it's at the street elevation, yeah.
Got your roots pitched so they come out on. Where you have doorways. I mean, where you have sliding glass doors. Hopefully they don't use those in the winter. You got some exits that it does too, so any ice and snow falling off will fall right off on those. From the top one to the bottom one.
Yeah, that's classic New England, that's what you want, right?
What's that?
Classic New England for the regs.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm just saying the water, the snow and ice falls off, like when I look at this front sidewalk perspective on A04. If you look at where the
Right, there may be some.
the lower level has stairways and the upper level looks like it drops right down onto it.
So there may be gutter, there may be a small accent roof still go on there, I mean, I think those are.
Yeah, something just,
Some refinement details.
yeah.
No little dormers, you know.
But I think the bigger question, I think, is more the use of the site. Like, I'm quite sure we can accommodate any requests on architectural style. I think it's really the manner in which we're approaching the use of the site. I think it's the bigger question we're looking for feedback from you on.
There's comments.
Okay, so we'll open up public comment. Anyone have anything else?
No, I'll make a motion for open public comments.
Second,
Second,
all right, Paul made the motion, OJ second, all in favor?
Hi.
Would anyone in the public like to speak?
I don't think anybody knows what it looks.
Five.
I don't think anybody here.
Dennis,
Dennis is here.
Dennis is here.
I'm Dennis Maris and I'm a neighbor, Red House, and I think it's a unique plan.
Oh, you've seen it already?
No, I haven't, but I did the concept. Yeah. I'm in favor of it. I'd rather see this than that monster of a big house that he had previously proposed. So I'm giving the thumbs up on this one.
Thanks, Dennis.
I didn't recognize you, Dennis, with the mask on. Oh, Jesus, I know it.
Anyone else? Anyone online? No, there.
Mike Foster, 36 Lodge Road. Just out of curiosity, how is the basement / slab set up work for these?
There is no basement, they're on helical piles. So there is no basement below them. It's an insulated floor system, so we're protected from weather accordingly and achieve all the required energy code. So there is no basement, it's a driven pile within the ground that gives it structural support.
Anyone else? Is there a motion to close public comment?
So
Second,
Paul made the motion, OJ second, all in favor? Okay. We accept this as complete, the application. We'll discuss the waiver. Well, should we accept it or not first? Let's accept, then we can discuss for the waiver.
Yeah.
Right, so let's review. I'm gonna go, we're gonna look over this, anything that's provided. If anyone has any questions. So we're at 19, but not applicable, if the development is a subdivision, but not a subdivision, is not applicable. Type and location of solid waste disposal facilities, but not applicable, it's not account. Location, size, and design of proposed signs and other advertising or instructional devices, these are not applicable, but those three businesses are probably all gonna want signs.
that's true.
So it's up, it's up to the board, do you wanna just let them apply for a sign permit when the time arises? It's something we discuss now.
Well, considering he doesn't know what he's gonna do there, it's kind of hard to say what kind of sign he did.
Perhaps he could put it on, because I think there's an existing sign out there now, isn't there, on the other structure? And maybe you could just combine it all in one.
Yeah, I think the preference would be to defer that until the actual uses of those spaces are known, and then obviously it has to meet the requirements of the sign ordinance and get the permit accordingly.
Direction of flow, go ahead.
can we just go back to that? I'm in favor of that. I think that's fine, wait till you see, and then you're gonna have to apply for sign permit and go through that process anyway. But I think that should say waiver requested. Because technically, he's gonna have signs on the property, it's commercial space, you're gonna need it. You're really requesting a waiver until you know what the signs are and where they're gonna be put. So if the board agrees with that, I'd make a motion to accept or grant the waiver on that, number 23.
All right, there's a second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Now we're 24B. The direction of flow of the runoff through the use of arrows.
Isn't that's on one of the plans, isn't it?
So it's directed to that, dry well there.
You wanna change that to provided?
Yeah, I put it provided. Location and type of all existing proposed lighting for all outdoor facilities. Not applicable, it's on Main Street.
What was parking lot? We like it there.
Read that again. Pretty please.
We're going through the site plan approval checklist. Just stop at that.
Yeah. What was the one?
Item 27, it says location and type of all existing and proposed lighting for all outdoor facilities. Put it's not applicable. But it isn't,
Say it is that, but
it is applicable.
It is applicable.
It is.
if you're gonna walk in front of the sidewalk in the back.
Yeah.
You need lighting, you open the night, you get a parking lot. You get it,
Yeah.
both sides, you can put lighting back there also.
Yeah.
So is there a reason there's no lighting?
No, that would be considered a condition to provide acceptable lighting plans.
Can I ask what type of lighting you'd be requiring based on the project that we're having? I certainly don't wanna light up the neighbors.
Right, exactly.
No, you have to have like a dark sky,
Dark
like
sky.
shadow boxes or something.
Yeah, that's.
What do they call it? Dark sky?
Dark sky.
Yeah.
Yes.
There can't be any lead over on anybody else's property.
I would think that a dark sky light that lights up the parking lot in the bottom of that stairway would be necessary. And then it'd be typical, I don't know if it's to have a light outside each.
Yeah,
Residential.
every doorway would have a light fixture anyway.
But again, something that points down and lights up outside the door and not Dennis's house.
You're right, not in Dennis's bedroom window.
Right.
Okay, so we can handle that administratively. Anyone have any objections to that?
I don't have any objections for something simple like this.
Okay. Copies of all
You'll
applicable,
get me a plan.
Correct.
copies of all applications submitted for applicable state approvals and permits. I don't think there's anything it needs,
Not yet.
I guess. Files get to the planning.
Yeah, I did notify the DOT because they're in the public
Okay,
for Route
Driveway
12.
permit.
Yep, Route 12, so. Usually they don't get back to me in a timely way. It'll be 4 or 5 days from now.
Okay, well,
If we don't have it, under this plan, there's no longer a driveway on Main Street, there would only be a Maple Street.
but it affects traffic on Main Street.
You go on the side street, coming to make
Well,
that
it's-
picture.
They're their own kingdom. You know, they'll talk to you, if they think there's a problem,
Understood.
they'll
Yeah.
talk to you or you'll talk to them.
But arguably, the condition is getting better because we're removing the curb cut from Main Street.
Well, that, yeah, have that conversation with them.
Yes, understood.
Okay, number 30. Illustration of effect on pedestrian and automotive circulation, not applicable, I mean. I agree with that. Anyone have any objections to that?
Which one? Let's see.
Okay, number 32, the waivers for non-compliance to DOT construction specifications for roads, parking, streets, drainage, and bridges will be required. It's not applicable.
Jim,
Yeah,
can I just interject there? You may have to get a DOT excavation permit to take care of the sidewalk.
say it again, Ray, I didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
They may require a DOT excavation permit to do the infill in the sidewalk.
Okay,
So I
For the demo?
Huh?
For the demolition, you mean?
No, because you're closing off that entrance on, what was that, 153?
Well, do we need to close it off?
If you close it off, it'll be permanent, so you don't. you may not
Yeah,
want it.
I don't know that I'm in favor of closing off the curb cut.
Well, that's what you
If there's,
proposed on your
if there's
site
no
plan.
reason to.
Well, that's what you proposed on your site plan, that's why.
yeah, I mean, it's on the site plan.
So you
Okay,
don't
just-
want to do that now?
I don't see any reason to do it, so if there's any reason that I must do it, then I'd like to hear it, but if
Well,
we can
if there's a curb cut there, I assume that the town doesn't allow parking at that.
Well, they do now,
At the
currently.
drive, so you do, the town, I guess is a question for Carol, they do allow parking in front of a curb cut on Main Street?
It's been utilized as a parking space, so the front end of one and the back end of another creates one equal size parking space, so it's become its own
Thing.
parking space.
Largely because the building can bend.
Well, the man it's been abandoned for a long time, so.
So this is, so again, I'm just raising the issue, that's all, I'm not promoting one thing or another, I'm just, so this is a redevelopment, so does the town allow parking in front of curb cuts on Main Street, in front of driveways, because
Not generally.
Wouldn't that be
They
the,
don't prevent
would
it.
you?
yeah, I would
Okay,
think
well,
that would
I
be the
just-
private party that would have the objection to it, so if you're blocking my driveway, I would have a problem with it. If I don't have a problem with it, then does the town?
Well, I mean, if there's a regulation in town that says thou shalt not do it,
Yeah,
if I was on the planning board, I wouldn't vote for it. So I don't know, I'm just bringing it up.
You don't have regulation to it.
Yeah, do we have a parking ordinance that says that, does anyone know?
I don't know, but it's not the only one on Main Street.
No,
right.
With
that's
a
true.
lowered curb with an official parking space in front of it, according to the parking plan that we had with the state at some point.
There's one at 3021, for example.
So you'd have to change your plan. Then just put nothing there.
Yeah, I would suggest that we omit the closing it off and just leave it as is.
Could be an existing condition instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be better.
Well, to Carol's earlier point, then that removes the question of it being landlocked.
Right.
You still have vehicular
I
access.
mean,
from
we
Main
still have to, we still are gonna have to check with Jason because. To make sure I can give him a land use permit.
Who's Jason?
It's a George, he's our town attorney.
About what? What are we checking with Jason about?
That I can issue if this is. Approved and you have an easement and that's the only way to get the vehicle into the lot. I'm pretty sure that he
Does
gave
it
us-
require vehicle access or
That's the whole point.
public way? Because it's
get
on
it
Main Street.
No, it's the vehicular access.
Okay,
You give up that curb cut, you want to sell a piece of
So
property,
it could
demolish
be,
it, you never get it back.
that's RSA 674-41, and it talks about having to have a release of legal liability associated with having a building on a landlocked parcel. And I
but
know
again,
it's a
I don't-
landlocked parcel, but it is.
Yeah, we'll have to look up the definition of that, because again, that exists up on Main Street further up. That was approved by this board. The I don't know if it's still, but it used to be the nail salon, and they have to go on
Place.
Roger's property.
Yeah.
But they have a legal easement and
I remember.
to get in there, I mean,
Well, that's before Jason read us the riot act, but
The other one never had a right of way to do it.
I don't understand how this could be deemed landlocked when it's on Main Street.
no,
it's a vehicular.
So happy to talk, I'm happy to talk with Jason about it if that is a obstacle that we can overcome.
I don't think we should try to solve that tonight. I think, I'm seeing a lighting plan, work out of the easement and maybe some final architectural drawing as far as the siding, how that's gonna look.
Yeah, what's gonna
Any
be,
other outstanding
what's gonna be
issues?
the original box, and what's gonna be sided,
Is that,
what's gonna, so the architecture shows. What they're gonna leave as original box versus siding.
Right, and what that
Yes.
siding is that, talking white vinyl siding, we talking log home looking, we talking vertical, we just, whatever it is.
That's right, yep, we can give you exact
Yep.
specifics on that.
And we'll show the skirting. on the-
Yep.
And Jim, I assume you want us to continue our review, our technical review.
Yeah.
As a condition.
All right, so we're now in the application. Is there a motion to accept the application for site plan review as complete?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, OJ made the motion, Joe seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Hold on. Oh, aye.
The provision we have on there. With the site plan review, approval.
We're gonna go to the next. So next thing we need to discuss is a waiver. The dimensional requirements is 4 apartments. It technically needs 15,000 square feet per apartment. He's got about 7,000 square feet.
Does the waiver request require a
ZBA?
hardship? Does it require stating what the hardship is and stuff like that? We went through that with over here.
What about when you think about it? So the dimensional requirement, the dimension of the old building,
Right, well,
if you can make the same square footprint, basically, square footage, you shouldn't need one because it's grandfather.
well, expanded the
Yeah,
use.
it's
It's changed.
expanded use.
It's changing the footprint. Those boxes on the same footprint as that house is sitting there now.
It's actually smaller.
All right, so
Right.
Stuart, you have a hand up.
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, last time, this body, the planning board.
Yeah.
Grant
understand,
that
I
waiver, it didn't.
But the ordinance has changed quite a bit.
Look out, established precedent.
No, the ordinance has changed quite a bit now. You have the option of submitting a restricted multifamily.
Understood.
So this is different. I mean, this is something you could condo out if you came back and tried to get approval.
But it is. Oh, a place to live, you know,
All right.
I guess they kind of need that.
So, and you have to keep in mind that if you grant this, you're gonna, anybody else that comes with the same issue.
Right, but it's only in this,
It's in the same,
it's only in this zone.
right? Village.
Be hard pressed, yeah.
Wait a minute, in this zone, we have the right to look at the facts of each
Right.
particular, it's not a precedent.
Right, there's no precedent.
The
in planning.
precedent is that we can look at each particular set of circumstances and make a unique decision based on those circumstances. Not make one decision and apply it to everything else in that zone. Correct?
I hope that's right.
That's my understanding of your master plan.
Of the land use plan.
It's a land use mess, like,
Case by case.
So what is your reason for requesting a waiver? Why are you asking for a waiver?
Because we want to help with the housing crisis.
Okay.
And we wouldn't even be able to build one house on that lot right now.
well, you would, there's one there.
Well, you know what I mean, based on the 15,000 square foot
As
requirement.
long as we didn't change the footprint, you could tear that down and rebuild it tomorrow.
Right.
Right.
Well, you know,
However, that would satisfy one housing unit. Here, we're hopefully satisfying 4.
well. 4 small apartments.
Yep.
All right, so any discussion? Is there a motion to grant the waiver?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it
I'll second
for
it.
discussion.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor of granting the waiver, say aye.
Aye.
Great, with the waiver. All right. Conditions for approval. We've got the siding.
You're gonna have the definition for cross people for the back lot.
Yep, the easements. Finish the technical review committee's review. Opinion from Jason Dennis as Opposed as to whether or not it's a landlocked parcel?
What's lighting?
Lighting plan. It's the other one I had.
Say it again.
Lighting plan?
Lighting plan. They have permit for every sign as they come in. Yes, sir.
Sorry, just to clarify, if we're leaving the existing curb cut. It has vehicular access directly from the street. So at that point, the question of landlocked goes away.
They have no parking. Can you park in there with that curb cut that you currently have?
They do now.
Technically, yeah,
You don't walk, should do that, didn't they?
you could get a car in there.
It doesn't change the fact that we're still going to utilize easements from Maple Street, so I kind of think it's a moot point.
Well, I think you gotta check with the attorney and find out.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Right,
I think you asked the question.
Does anyone have anything else? Go over those, read those again. If you remember. Conditions, go make sure we have them all.
Easements for parking.
Yeah.
Then it's the TRT review. Opinion from Jason Dunn about the status of the law. Lighting plan.
Yeah.
Permit for every sign as the businesses come.
Yeah.
And there's one other one, but I'm.
Final architectural.
Yeah.
Design.
Oh, and on the final architectural design, you'll say what the materials are.
correct, yes.
So with a list of materials to use.
Maybe add color. I don't know if you could do like a 3D.
We do 6 items, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and did she just say color? Is that what she said? Yeah. Okay. That's the architect.
It'll be words, if not actually colored.
Is there a motion to approve with those conditions?
So moved.
Okay, call to a second, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Right. Luck.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
In the end, am I gonna get something to record at the register of deeds?
Okay, so get a mile out of Cal when everything is done.
Yes, absolutely.
Just a
Whatever you
one
need.
page, something that the register will let me for.
Yes, not a problem.
Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, modified 3 lots, created 28 new lots referred to as phase 4. Direct Crooked Mountain Road subdivision for Aspen Heights.
You have these kind of blown up too, and make it easier. No engineers tonight, what do we do beat up here? I think John was all the time in the back there. That's a shit, I have one for everybody. Here, part of the same project? Yes, it is, that's the complete set.
So, one for me.
Okay.
Harold, you want to complete this?
Well, we can just send me out.
Is the sheet we passed out in this somewhere or is that different?
That cover is not in the set.
Okay.
Because it's a blow up and it kind of gives you. How it relates to, yeah. How it relates.
All right, good evening. For the record, Scott Michelli from Longfellow Design representing South Peak LLC. Also with me tonight is John Wazoka from Horizons. Derek Lick, attorney for Orin Reno, and Jimmy Burns from South Peak LLC also. Tonight, I'm here to discuss a subdivision application that we filed back on January 4th. It's a 28 lot subdivision, new lots off of a new road coming off of Crooked Mountain Road. And also part of that, so what's in green is the new subdivision. There are 3 lots that were part of the 8 lot subdivision from last fall that was approved that are getting slightly modified with this application too. They're changing in shape a little bit. And there's also some easements that are being placed on those lots.
Yeah.
The road's approximately 2,000 feet long. It's bordered on the southeast by the White Mountain National Forest. Pemmy Base is actually all the way to the north. Up this end, you can see the parking lot just on the edge. Existing single family lots to the north as well. This is Fireside that the board approved last fall, and we're still going through comments with Ray on that one. And then it's split by the new Loon Trails. This is Fox Run. And just to the south, this is the new Timbertown quad lift. So as I mentioned, there's 28 new lots here. This has been in front of the TRT twice. We actually presented this conceptually back on June 28th of 23. And also we came back again on January 31st. One of the things that Carol brought up at that meeting was something that she had discovered about landlocked lots needing frontage. This plan represents, there are 2 landlocked lots that we were proposing. This one here, which is lot 39.50 and lot 39.41. Derek had done some research on this and believes that Carol is correct. So that is one thing that we can easily modify to give a strip of land so that those lots are, have some frontage on the new road. So that will be something that we modify with the next revision. We haven't received comments from Ray yet. He can kind of chime in on where he is with that. Quickly on the utilities, we're proposing to carry the water main all the way through the project and bring it back through Fireside, through an easement under Fox Run Trail. Sewer would be split in 2 different directions because the road roughly, there's a high point right here. Sewer would flow back to Crooked Mountain in this direction, and then this sewer would flow down in red, also through Fireside. And there are 2 proposed rain tank underground stormwater systems, one on each end of the project, down here and on lots 121, 51, and then this one here. One of the unique features of this subdivision is that it crosses Fox Run Trail. The ski trail will actually pass over the road. So I think the second sheet that I gave you guys, some details on that span. It's going to be a precast concrete span approximately 100 feet long by 38 feet wide. So you can see this is looking at it longitudinally, about 100 feet long, face to face. Looking at it from either road, see this section shows you from either end the roadway cross section in relation to the span itself. The clearance at center line of that road is 15 feet 3 inches. at the side of the road, to the 14 feet. We have shared this with Chief Beard, and he provided an email saying that that is adequate clearance for his vehicles. That does exceed the NFPA minimum of 13.5, so we just designed it a little bit higher than that. Let's see, so obviously construction of that to be coordinated with the off season and wind, so that we don't disrupt their trail. Another aspect of this project is that, if you notice, this is the Cedar Circle 6-lot cul-de-sac that the board approved last year. And then this is the 8-lot subdivision that fronts on Crooked Mountain. In between that, we're proposing a ski home trail for residents to get back out. If you live across the street, they'll be able to come down Fox Run and ski back home out to Crooked Mountain and get to any of the lots across the street. That earthwork would be done concurrently with when we do the earthwork for the road. That earthwork's being included in the AOT application that we actually just filed today. There are also on the third page, if you want to do this, this is kind of a blow up of that bridge. Shows you how the trail lines over the bridge. It's kind of that view, which is why the bridge has to be 100 feet long. You know, the bridge comes precast head walls. They come in sections that are up to 6 feet wide. They're brought in on a trailer and they're planed into place on top of the footings in the stem walls.
You have that there now, right? There's a bridge like that there now.
Yeah, the one up on Crooked Mountain further up, right before Hemlock, is almost identical in concept to that. It just, this is a much bigger scale.
Yeah.
Right, much wider.
Longer.
Yeah, much longer and much wider. But same concept. So that's a quick summary. One other thing too that we have done since we last came before you was remember we were before you in the fall when we concluded the discussion on the master plan. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was that the master plan required open space to be restricted. And so in June, we provided a sketch of like what our first piece of open space was that we were going to put the restriction on. And we targeted this area along the river. Attorney Lick had prepared kind of a draft document that we shared with town council. So it's kind of a first step. Once we get comments back on that and decide if this won't be the only piece of open space, there'll be more. You know, where it's obviously going to be, we're expected to have more open space up in this quadrant, but we won't know until we're sure that the tank is going to really happen and we don't need any land for ourselves for a tank. And then there'll end up being more open space in the middle here once we finalize development plans for around the Pemmy base and then a section around the single. So this is just the first piece that we were thinking. This parcel here is approximately 28 acres or so. So we're starting to jump into that process.
But isn't that the river? Can you count?
It is the river.
It is the,
You can't count the river as open space.
Under the ordinance, but there's no description at all of the open space, so long, do what it tells you is that you can't. And so that's why I drafted the easement, is what basically following the ordinance.
I don't think we have any place where we have a river for an open space.
It's not in the river, it's along the river.
It's not in the river?
It's the river.
It's the river? Oh, this all, I don't know, it looks to me like if you take a look at where South Peak Bridge is, you look where the river crosses South Peak Bridge, it's the river. There's the trail, the walking trail along the edge, and it's on this side of the walking trail, which is all river.
Yeah, that's
Hi, Jim, if I can interject on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, your observation is correct. The property line, I believe, goes to the thread of the river. And I think their designated green space includes that. So we did review that and we did get some comments back to Scott. We suggested that for your benefit that they put on where the floodplain is located, where the shoreland protection area is, so that you can benchmark the green space against land that's already regulated.
The purpose of green space is to break up the development though.
Yeah.
But by having it be in the river, it's not serving that purpose.
Yeah, again, Paul, I don't, this isn't the end.
Okay, I'm not
You
making
know,
that
like,
comment.
so I totally get it, like, obviously. We didn't view. Adding a restriction to our property, whether it's on the river into shoreland area, not behind those lots, what difference does it make if we add that restriction to it? As opposed to trying to differentiate whatever that difference is. And like I said, we are fully expecting that we're gonna have a substantial amount of green space up in this area too. In along this middle section. And then I think there'll even be a parcel in here as well. And, you know, even if this number gets reduced. Below the 28 acres when we do further analysis. These areas are gonna put us way over the 11 acres of what was required, so. We're not saying this is the end, this was just the first step. We get the comments back from Jason on the document itself, we can keep advancing this, so.
And just to be clear, the document itself does not have a description of where it is. This just says. Basically, we rely on a plan whenever you guys finally decide where it's gonna be. We get the description from engineers, and that gets plopped in. My language is to describe what basically can't be done there. What I do is, I think there are 2 different places in your ordinance where they describe what open space is supposed to be and what you can and can't do. And so I just basically mirror that and put it in these. So it's ready for Jason's review, but really what we're waiting on is somebody to designate where you want the 11 acres to be. If we put the description in, record it.
Well, I think, yeah.
Does this development affect the impact on the J Heavy Trail?
No,
The
because
subdivision
recreational
itself?
space.
No, subdivision does. This here, this project,
It's above it.
yeah, it's above it, so.
Here's
Here's,
the river, that's what I was asking.
yeah, so. I presented the open space to you, but they're like totally disjointed in terms of where they are, right? So this is. This is up, have a better flow, and so here. This is kind of blown out even further, right? So this is up here. Here's Cooper Memorial in the bridge, and then. This comes along
This the lots there.
there.
Okay, so they can sell the lots after this.
So this area here. In the master plan was low density, right, so that the single family does comply with that. And the update that Derek had put into the open space, I'm sorry, the master plan the board accepted shows this road being the same as what we were showing.
So we do have, you probably didn't get a copy of this because it was made today. From Ray Corber.
And I think Scott's already seen.
Did you see this from Ray? There,
No, not from today.
it was dated February 14th, 24 at 2:50 PM. It talks about. Later preliminary review of subject project and summary, the applicant proposes to amend the previously amended subdivision plan by revising 3 lots from the recently approved 8-lot subdivision and proposing an additional 28 lots with access from a new roadway referred to as Upper Crooked Mountain Road. Please note the following. And there are 8 items on here. Some of which speaks to, again, steep slopes. Well, we don't have to go into. But it also talks about lots that do not meet the minimum lot size requirement of 15,000 square feet. It talks about. Consideration should be given to providing natural resource protection for the easement on the brook. And you already talked about 39.41 to 39.50. Not having roadway frontage. And that speaks to the proposed project. Is located in the main pressure zone. There are 20 lots that are either partially or completely above the 1,000-foot elevation. Even though the tank's scheduled to go in, it's not in. Raise here to very still.
Yeah, Ray's there.
Yes, I'm here.
So you wrote these things, right? Is there anything that you want to say?
Yeah, yeah, the purpose of this was just to, again, just to advance the discussion and, as much as we possibly could. So we reviewed, pretty much focused on the subdivision plan, just try to identify kind of big picture items that the planning board may want to consider. And to see if, I mean, we've got, like you said, Paul, we got 8 items here that maybe you can get through and get behind you, and the applicant can get behind them. So if you like, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you like, I could just run through them and we can tackle them one at a time and see what the planning board wants to do, make a decision and move on.
Do that, let's run through that.
I think we can do that to say items.
Let's start with number 1. Given that the proposal includes 28 new lots, approximately 2,300 feet of new roadway, a bridge, and associated water and sewer system extensions, consideration should be given to whether the subdivision plan should be a standalone subdivision versus an amendment to a previously approved amended subdivision plan. As stated on the plan, the purpose is to amend the second amendment to Crooked Mountain Woods Phase 2 subdivision, i.e. the recently approved 8-lot subdivision plan. The applicant is seeking to amend the 8-lot subdivision by revising 3 lots and adding 28 new lots with new roadway, bridge, and utilities. As an alternative, the town could require that the applicant submit an amended 8-lot subdivision plan for the 3 lots they seek to revise and a separate subdivision plan for the proposed new lots and infrastructure.
Let Ray speak. Yeah. Can you speak to that, Ray?
Yeah, so I mean, again, I just wanted to make the board aware that that is the basis of the submission. It's an amendment to an amendment to an amendment. And obviously, you know, amending, tacking on another 28 lots and amending an 8-lot subdivision with a 28-lot subdivision. The town, the planning board may want to consider just looking at the 28-lot subdivision, because there's a lot more infrastructure, obviously, as opposed to the former, the 8-lot subdivision. The 8-lot subdivision, if you remember, was just reconfiguring property lines. This subdivision involves infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So you may want to consider that separately. The other advantage is you can move forward with an amendment on the revised 3 lots of the 8-lot subdivision. That seems to be pretty straightforward, so that can get done pretty quickly and put to bed while you're contemplating and deliberating on the 28 lots. So it's an idea, it's a suggestion. We thought it was important to put it in front of you.
Anyone have any thoughts on that?
That would require a new application.
I would think.
If you're gonna change,
This is different, so. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I would think so.
It would require two new applications,
Yeah,
one for the 28, one for the 8. 3, excuse me, right?
No, they're modifying 3 lots, the previously approved 8-lot.
Right. So they would have to modify that application, come in to change that and create a new application for the 28 lot.
And what?
That way they would be standalone. What do you think?
Yeah, so I would suggest that we don't need new applications for this. This really is a new, this is a new subdivision, which is how the application was put in. Now, we are proposing to modify previous subdivision, but it also could be considered a new subdivision. So it doesn't seem procedurally necessary to do two new applications, we got the same thing here. So really, you can call it whatever you want, but it's the same project, so I think you know, procedurally, I wouldn't think that was necessary.
Well, our engineer brought it up.
So- But we could still consider 28 lots a standalone subdivision as opposed to amended.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, you're willing to do
As we
that.
submitted it, basically, yeah.
Carol, what do you think? Your thoughts?
Well, I think it
I mean, they're
makes
willing to
sense
go-
what Ray suggested. I
Yeah.
don't think you need another application. You know, like we didn't make the Connolly and McManus. I mean, they had a separate application, but all the submissions were the same. You know, we considered, we're working on it at the same time. We just characterized them as one for one property, one for the other.
I mean, isn't this just really, you're gonna basically take this one subdivision plan, you're gonna create two subdivision plans under the same application. So,
Right.
and conceivably, you can go ahead and approve the revisions to those 3 lots, that you can do pretty quickly. And then they can go ahead and file that and get it registered, and then you move on with the 28 lots, which is really what the focus of your attention is on, or should be on. So I could be wrong here, but I agree. I don't know why you would have to submit 2 separate applications unless procedurally that's.
Yeah,
do,
I'm
but-
fine with one application.
So maybe you can do just keep the application the way it is, but just submit 2 subdivision plans and then go record the 3 lots and you're done with the 3 lots.
This is Derek. I don't know the circumstances, but what if the client only wants the rejiggering the 3 lots if the 28 lot subdivision is approved? Otherwise, we revert back to stay with the way it is. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what the board, I think, will be reviewing exactly the same things, whether they do it looking at 2 separate plans or look at one plan with it all in one. I just don't understand the point of the exercise. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't know if I care one way or the other, but I still don't get it.
Anyone have anything else on that?
I guess that's. So we're not gonna
Well,
do anything with number
what if
one.
we treat it all as one new one, even though we're revising 3 lots? I mean, can we just put that on the Mylar? Saying we, revise the 8 lot subdivision, make reference to the plan number?
But the 8 lot subdivision, that's because the 8 lot subdivision is no longer gonna be valid because the 3 lots are gonna be part of this subdivision. So,
No, we're just.
It's gonna be 2 subdivisions for 1 application.
so when you go back to look at it, how are you gonna know what to look at?
I mean, I think if you're talking about just having 2 separate plans that eventually the board will sign, one plan that modifies
Right.
Right.
the
8
3 lots.
Yeah.
And then a separate plan. I don't see an issue with doing that, because that's, but I think that the review is gonna be the same.
It'll be cleaner for me, or, the person who succeeds.
We can do it that way,
So.
that's fine, yep, that's fine, we normally would do it as just one plan, but we can split it into 2 splitters, that's not.
But then I think it'll be easier to track, we have the 8 lot subdivision, and then we have a modification of 3 of those 8 lots. That's an amendment, and then this is the new, green stuff is the new. And I think it would just be easier
We can do that.
for the person that comes later after me.
We'll do it that way. It's fine.
2, there are lots slopes in excess of 50%, some of which do not meet the minimum 15,000 square foot lot size. Consideration should be given to applying steep slope criteria in accordance with applicable town regulations based on discussions with PBS and the town attorney as currently written. Steep slopes are defined by ordinance as slopes that are 15% or greater. Please refer to the attached PDF. So we've already had quite a lengthy discussion on this.
So so the purpose here is just to bring to your attention the project proponents. Basically, we just want to identify that you got very small lots on grades that are 50%. And it goes back to our previous conversation on the other project relative to the discussion on steep slopes. And the question is, do you want to apply them as per your ordinance, or do you not?
Well, I didn't care.
We need guidance.
But while I didn't care about how the plans come in, this one I do care about greatly. I don't think any steep slope ordinance that may be imposed can apply to this project, given the master plan. Essentially, what you would be doing is undermining the agreement the town allowed for development of this entire lot based on a density that was already approved in the master plan. Essentially, what you guys would be saying is you're gonna have to look at steep slopes, and now you can't utilize any of the steep slopes as part of your calculations for lot size or density otherwise. That's a complete rejiggering of everything. In fact, we completely, I think, stopped the development. The entire point of the master plan was to allow this lot as the whole group to be developed for housing as shown by the master plan. And that essentially, and I'm using this term loosely, but grandfathers it from any steep slope changes now. If you did impose it, the master plan, you might as well throw it away because you can't do anything. And with respect to the density, this will impact the master plan as well. There are going to be many lots here that are larger than the 15,000. There are going to be some that are smaller as the project goes. That was all decided at the very beginning of the master plan by determining how many units could be built based on the total acreage of a lot. I know we've had this discussion over and over again. The bottom line is either the density of 15,000 square feet per unit nor any steep slope ordinance should apply based on the master plan on the way this was designed. I don't see how you do it any other way. Otherwise, you're completely undermining the master plan.
Well,
Yeah, I don't disagree about the steep slope, but 15,000 square feet, I disagree totally. I mean, that's the size the lot's supposed to be. That's what they should be.
Well,
I mean, and we've done that with South Peak. We have said before, we've made changes, the lots, I think on one of the other developments that was smaller, and they've changed the lot size to meet that requirement. But the steep slope one, I would agree with them. I mean, you know, they've already built over there. It's, you know, they built a lot on steep slopes. Everybody has. I mean, I think we need to revisit that whole steep slope thing and come up with a rational something
that's workable.
Yeah, something that's workable. But and until then, I think this fits in under, you know, underneath that, just like we just did with that other development. But I'm not there on the lot sizes. Like
Yeah, you know, honestly, Paul, I think we just made a mistake. Because I think we could get 15,000 on all of these lots, and I'm looking quickly, you know, at which ones.
So
I see this one up here.
It's lot 39, Grace list them off. He writes 39, 28.
It's 39.
Oh, 39.28, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
39.29. 39.30. And 39.54. So if you all mark those off, I don't make it.
Probably the road that size of the lot.
Yeah, I don't know.
3954 says it's 16,233.
Oh, that's not what this memo says, so I don't know. What do you can care?
Yeah, it could be that Ray could probably clarify. He might have calculated out the wetlands on that lot too, so.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we'll.
Okay, yeah.
We can go back through that. I believe that we should be able to correct, but we should be able to.
16,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Oh, but it probably got that easement in there, that river easement, brook easement.
So we'll go back through that.
Yeah.
For my purposes, and it doesn't sound like this issue here, but I do want to raise this because this is important from a legal perspective. The entire methodology for determining that there were 1,018 units permitted in this development was dividing the 362.3 acres of the entire project and dividing by 15,000 square feet. And so, because it was a cluster development, the point is, not all the lots would be of the right size, but when you do it in total, looking at 362 acres, you would nevertheless reach the right density. So for example, the master plan provided that there would be some form of hotel or condominiums, and those are not going to be one for every 15,000 square feet space. There are going to be a whole bunch of them on there. That is permitted based on the master plan. And that means that some of the other lots are going to be much bigger because you now clustered those. So again, I don't want to take issue with something today that we don't need to address or appreciate lots, but to be continued, because I think this may come up near the end of the cycle, which could be 20 years from now, and I don't want the record to reflect that we're in agreement that every lot has to be 15,000. Or every unit has to have 15,000.
Anyone else?
You think you can make them 15,000 square feet? It's, that takes care of them too.
Yeah, I got a couple.
Okay, so let's see. Go item 3. The applicant is proposing several easements, utility drainage, driveway slope, resource areas for the project. Consideration should be given to understanding the purpose and application of each easement. It is recommended that easement documents be reviewed and approved by town prior to subdivision approval. You want to have any questions on that? Pretty self-explanatory.
So easy thing to do.
You know, it's like where the river.
Right, are you saying that, so do we have those easements now? No,
No, I've not drafted any easements.
so then so this is here tonight for subdivision approval, so we're saying that we can't get subdivision approval based on not having those, is what this is saying.
Right,
It's gonna revise-
Pardon me?
it's gonna revise some of those.
Right, but he's gonna revise those, I'm talking about number 3. That the easements, we don't have the easements,
Right,
so we can't give subdivision approval tonight.
we're not looking to give it tonight, we're just going.
Oh, I thought that's what it was in for.
Well, we're considering, I don't think we're gonna give approval tonight. I don't know, I can't speak
Just
for everybody
asking
else.
questions, so I'm a
Yeah.
little clear, getting a little late, so.
Yeah, it's fine.
Trying to make things clear for myself.
Yeah. Okay. Number 5. Consideration should be given to providing a natural resource protection easement at the brook crossing between lots 39.33 and 39.34 in a manner consistent with the previously required / approved natural resource protection easement for lots located down gradient from these lots.
We can do that.
And we discussed that on that other one.
Yeah, that's where those brooks are.
We probably have it there, it's just not as wide as what's downstream, so we can make that work.
Number 6, a wing wall easement is proposed on lots 39.36, 39.37, 39.48, and 39.49. Set of easements, consideration should be given to extending the roadway right away to include all areas required for the installation, maintenance, repair, and replacement of the proposed bridge structure.
We'll take a look at that. I'm not opposed to that if we can make that work.
Okay.
Because the only issue I can see is if we're all of a sudden we take those easement areas coming in the right of way, we're taking that area away from lot.
Right.
And now I don't know what that does to my lot areas for those 4 lots that surround that bridge, so we'd have to look at that.
Okay. Take a look and get it ready.
Yeah.
Great. Number 7, I think we talked about that. 2 lots that are landlocked and have
Yeah,
roadway frontage, so.
We already know we can address that.
Can I make just one point on that? I think we have 2 ways to go about it. And my understanding is, I think one simple way is to do a dog leg on the lot to make sure it has some frontage that allows a driveway to come up.
Yeah.
To connect, that's one. Another option that if the client decides they want to go this route, I would talk with Jason about is to show on the plan an actual driveway instead of an easement. Jason, I may disagree on this, I'm not positive, but when you read the statute with respect to this landlocked parcels, say you have to have a property abutting a roadway, that you define road. You go to another statute, and statute defines road very broadly, including ways, alleys, etc. But bottom line is, as long as it is shown on the plan, I think that's what is required. But again, I'm not sure we have to go there. It may be a discussion with Jason about the interpretation of the statute. I have seen other approvals for town to grant landlocked parcels access as long as it's on the, shown as a drive on the plan, away on the plan, as opposed to just a 50-foot one easement. So
Okay, so
Right.
just hopefully you can work that out before the next
it
meeting.
may just be a dogleg solution. I don't know how.
Dog leg's probably better, yeah.
Okay.
See. The Great proposed project is located in the main pressure zone of the Lincoln water system. As per the September 2020 report entitled Water Storage Tank Storage Assessment and Model Update. Highest water service elevation served by the Pollock tank within the Main Street zone is 1,000 feet at Crooked Mountain Road. Note that 20 lots are either partially or completely above the 1,000-foot elevation.
So when are you planning on starting this project, if you start it?
So we want to start construction on this summer.
But the bridge is what's important, the trails and the bridge,
The
right?
bridge is obviously what's important because we can only put the bridge in.
I mean, 'cause I could see it being a problem, not having the tank done before this project's started.
When is the tank starting?
The tank is supposed to be complete in August of 25.
Okay.
Take that long to get a tank in?
That's the current schedule.
Well, right now, under agreements with the town, if it's not put in by November 10th, 2024, this year, my client has the right to do his own tank and get going faster. That was part of the motivations to say, look, we're willing to put money in for a town tank, but we don't have to be stuck with our project because the town can't get it. I have not had any discussions with our client about extending that. I'm sure. The economy, but one way to address this is to allow subdivision approval, but put a condition on it that there's no COs are issued until a tank, that one of the tanks is online.
Yeah.
So that allows the process to kind of keep going. While allows some flexibility.
Or land use permits with the tanks on.
That's cart before the horse. Makes sense.
Well, I mean, the risk
Yeah, but
is,
there is.
Oh, I hear you, and I know that the town has things.
There's only 20 lots. I shouldn't say only, but only 20 of the lots are
28.
affected by that. The other 8 and then the other 3 are in the regular zone.
Right.
And it's not out of the question that my schedule, my hope of building this thing by the fall of this year doesn't work. And now, we're talking about 2025, getting this road paved, and all of a sudden.
I think it all works in the end, it's just a matter of, you're not gonna have the pressure without having the tank anyway.
Right.
So it kind of works.
I'm with you, I just look at that. We would want to get this subdivision approval, whether it's conditioned, as we just discussed, so that we could get this road built. Knowing, that the tank's coming online in the summer of 25, just because of the duration it's gonna take to build this.
So you could conceivably get an approval for the subdivision and to build the road, and then have that there's no lots except for the ones that are below the 1,000-foot built.
8 lots is 8 lots.
Yeah, and that way there the tank would be online by the time the other 20 lots were there.
Okay.
That would work.
Does anyone have anything else at the moment?
I was thinking back when we were discussing the intent to build earlier. Months ago, but they were gonna do like a calculation for like the water and sewer that on what they've already built.
Yeah.
Is that, aren't we waiting on those documents?
I think we are.
Didn't you send us a summary of what's been built? And
He did.
yeah,
Yeah, I didn't remember.
He did send us one.
It's not bedrooms, I don't know how to get that in.
Yeah, because it was something about it being based off 4 bedrooms and it's a lot more than that, right?
He sent us something on what he had. It
we
was
have-
on
okay.
the 8.5 by 11. I can remember you gave it to, or he gave it to us. Mark Bogosian gave it to us at a meeting.
I know they did a summary by each development, and I think you included the lots that have been approved and built, but there's no, approved and subdivided, but
Yeah,
there's
there's no-
no building.
No bedroom counter, right?
That's what was missing.
And-
but-
And that's the question, how do we get that information? And I know that Karina doesn't think, she wasn't here when we had all those discussions.
What I can say is what we did provide, I'm looking at it, was we did a calculation from each development, how many lots, some were taken away, some were added, et cetera. And at the time we came in for firesides, this would be before the 8 lot, which was a net 6, I think, I can't remember the number of it. But before we did all that, of the 1,014, 18 units, 222 had been either built or approved, and that time leaving roughly 796 to ultimately still be approved and reviewed. So that's the rough sense. But I
There was
know
something to dealt with water.
that's right. As far as, I do recall there was a discussion over it, like, yes, there was, to get to those numbers, there was a calculation of water way back, way before Mark got there.
Right.
But I don't recall
I
not
may have
providing
it.
something.
I'm sure we have a copy of it. I might have a copy of
This
it.
fall, we were requesting information, because I
Right,
think the
no,
intent to build was,
So we have no way to get that information. See, originally, years ago, I was able to get that information because Helen was able to assess the assessing to gather data from the assessing for number of bedrooms. But the assessors don't count them in the same way. So you can't use that to find out.
So just ask them how many there are.
I think the assessors,
Complicated.
I think the assessors clarified that. Because they do count bedrooms that are in the basement,
It's not, they don't count them without closets.
they don't count them without closets, because technically they're not bedrooms.
Even if they're bunks. Big bunks. And
Yeah, without going into every house and seeing whether there's a closet or a bunk room, we're not gonna ever have that number. And
Well, a lot of them we inspected. And the card does not match what we saw when we went in to those houses.
right,
and that should be brought up with the assessing, take a card and say, this is wrong and this is the right number. Fix it.
Let them verify it.
You pay them, we have how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they can either make the change in the card. And then have the homeowner allow them to go in the house to verify it. Or if the homeowner doesn't like it, says, no, this is wrong, they can contest it and let them in to look at it.
Yeah,
It'd be easier to make the change that we know about than to sit and,
If the homeowner doesn't let the assessor in, then they can't test what's on this
that's
test.
correct. So if we make the change, they will let us in if we're wrong.
To appease concerns at some point. I'm not sure how this works exactly, and I'm probably speaking out of school, but the whole point of the exercise.
Doesn't sound like an attorney.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking out of school, here we go. With respect to the water usage and the plan that was initially the basis for design back in 2007, whatever it was. The whole point of the exercise was trying to estimate how many gallons of water are used. And I don't think there's a capability now because of the lack of metering, et cetera, but I have been involved in discussions where when you're getting near the end, sort of like, okay, what do we have for capacity? That we may be able to simply do an actual study of what the flow is compared to what was anticipated. And rather than worrying about bedroom counts and otherwise, you're actually figuring it out and can sort of back into the real data. And I think the beginning was trying to estimate, and we may be able to, at some point, give hard numbers. Now, what I don't know is how feasible, because I don't think it would be metered at this point. I'm not sure how.
Nothing.
But we've talked about that.
They don't have a meter.
The height in the pump house.
Every building has a meter. It's just not hooked up. They put them in as part of new construction, they put them in as part of the original construction. They're just not.
My takeaway from all this is I appreciate her raising it, because I think this is something that as this project keeps growing, it's gonna be a concern for my client too and all the residents there. We need to make sure it's done right. And I see this as something down the road for certain. Like I said, 1/4, 20% through where the numbers are, and at some point we're gonna have to do some analysis, especially if they start putting in, a hotel or a hotel condo or something. We're gonna have to revisit these calcs that were all.
Yeah, I mean, my concern comes in with the other subdivisions and things that are being approved, and now with Campers World, I mean, how do we know?
Well, what wasn't part of the original site plan approval was 1,018 units, but based on a
4-bedroom
certain number of
units.
bedrooms.
Yeah, it was based.
At 150 gallons a day per bedroom.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was the allotment that the town set aside for water and sewer for that development to complete. So to his point, at some point, we should get a number because this changes,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know what I mean?
Oh,
And
yeah.
and then the town is only allotted based on the original approval.
But as OJ's always said. Is that it's not so much about. The rooms, it's about the total usage that's allowed for that whole parcel. And. I disagree with him a little bit, but because I think it's more based on a 4-bedroom sometimes, but
I think,
there's somewhere between. The two of them, there's gotta be. Because what happens is when you get to that magic number and there's a whole bunch of land left, then what happens? They gotta come back in for, which, you just come back in and say, oh, we want another 1,000,000 gallons, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the way I view it is, whichever way you look at it, it's basically how much water is being used. And we know what that number was, because whether you look at bedrooms or otherwise, we know what the number was expected to be. And at some point, we gotta figure out how we reach agreement when we're getting near the end, or where are we?
Right.
And whether that's done by some calculation, by some methodology the engineers use to figure bedrooms or something else, or whether it's done by testing the actual flow, or whatever, based on what's going on there, I don't know, but.
Well, I think the concern.
It'll be easier once the tank is in. And that booster pump station is actually filling the tank.
I'll be able to get off of that.
So you're only gonna have water coming in from 2 directions. From the main street coming up. And from the loom side coming to the booster pump that's gonna fill that tank.
Hopefully there's no leaks.
I won't leak. But I think you could actually put some meters on those lines and get an accurate flow. I mean, I've done it where I've worked, I've had to do it in certain zones, so.
My expectation is because of the seasonal nature of some of these homes, that the flow is gonna be much lower.
But.
Well,
But
I was just gonna bring that up, because that's the problem.
Back when this was approved.
But that's the problem, see, because.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't know, go ahead, explain if you would.
Back when this was originally approved, the short-term rental. Market hadn't really taken off yet, but when you look at how the homes being utilized, the condos. A lot of short-term. And populated more than the bedroom count. So there's more water usage, more sewer usage, so.
Well, I see the point about maybe more populated than bedroom count, but with respect to short-term use, you never get more than full-term use, which is what the basis for design was on, so you're never gonna get that much base, you know what I mean? It's always gonna be.
You're only gonna be.
But you can't go by actual usage. You can't go by metered usage, you gotta go by what. And that's why that basis of design was. Is that it went by the bedroom, because you've got a house over there. And it's got 8 bedrooms in it, that has a possibility of being full all the time, all year long. So you can't say, there's nothing in the approval that says this is a short-term seasonal house. It says this is a house that has 4 bedrooms and the required amount of water for this is X. I think the only problem you'll run into is some of the houses originally were supposed to be 4 bedrooms. And then they ended up, some of them are, I don't know, 10, 12. So you've got some that are, you got some over there that are bigger. And then I think when Mark came here, first time he said, yeah, we're gonna start making them smaller again. We're not gonna make them as big. Yeah, but I think, what'll happen is if you continue to make them big, you'll end up with a piece of property that's left over. And then you're gonna say, how are we gonna get water for it? Hopefully.
You come in and apply it.
But hopefully there's a mechanism like another tank or something that you'll have to work in. I think that's probably for you, what you gotta be looking at now is if we run out of this water because we haven't used all our land yet, how are we what's our next step? And
fair point, and of all the discussions for each of these subdivisions, this is something that I view as a long term where, okay, we need to figure this out before we start filling it all in. Yeah, we're not anywhere near it yet, but it's on the radar, I can guarantee.
I think one thing I would disagree with Paul though is when you monitor either wastewater or water, you're monitoring every day, right? And you're getting these fluctuations.
Oh, yeah.
And the way,
It's gotta be a weighted average.
yeah, well, no, actually, what you're supposed to be designing to is the peak, right? So the peak might be Christmas Day, like, or something like that. And so you're looking at these peaks on wastewater and water, and that's what's supposed to be, when you're at the top of that peak, that's what's supposed to be the design basis for the whole project. Because you're right, if you come up here on any given day and there's nobody living here, that's not the peak. That's not even probably representing an average of what's getting used. You need it on those. So you need to monitor over a long period of time, like over multiple years, to see what you're getting for that top of that.
But then that basis of design needs to change, because the basis of design that was originally approved on gave the criteria for how that was
Yeah,
was
based on
designed, and
bedroom
it was a bedroom
Yeah.
thing.
It was
And
under-
you're saying it's a whole different, you know, you wanna use something different to do that. But I think, you know,
Or we might be able to do.
who knows what? I mean, maybe some of these lots that are here, I don't know what percentage, if any, but. You know, I looked at I've been around for a little while, and old Beechwood, places like that people were using for ski homes. And they would only come up every now and then, they're now retired and they're here full time.
Yeah.
So these houses, instead of being part-time use, could eventually, a fraction of them, I don't know what that number is, could be full-time. You know, so then that number changes, so you gotta kinda.
Yeah.
You don't wanna you don't wanna get to the end and say, we've designed it on this peaks, but then also now all these people have come up and retired here and bought these houses. And they're using it full time.
That's what he's saying, Paul. Pick for the peak period for the entire year. Not just the high and low. When you have the peak built out.
But you can't-
For the maximum usage, the water and sewer, the peak period, is standard for the entire year.
Yeah, I know that, but you can't, what he's saying, and he's right, is that. That's not the way it is right now.
Right. But as far as this application.
Oh, no, we're
Okay,
just
but
talking,
it's 11:15. Let's talk about that some other day.
we're just talking.
I know.
This is-
All right, does anyone have anything else for tonight on this? We're not ready at this point to accept the applications. I
Can we
just-
move it to the next meeting, like we did?
Oh, well, we're gonna ask a stupid question.
The road going again curves around and there's a got, looks like it goes into the South Peak parking lot. Is that to access that parking lot? Is that a turnaround? Is that?
I saw that too, I didn't know.
It didn't make sense for it to go into there. I didn't know if that was just fire trucks or.
Oh, so that, we're planning that to be in a new entrance to Pemmy whenever we come back. To redesign the Pemmy base area, so we just kind of stopped it short of the wetlands there. And then eventually, when we come back before the planning board with site plan review for Pemmy. It would come off of that road into the Pemmy base.
I mean, that's so all the traffic coming in now would go up this little spur and into that.
That won't be the only entrance, that will just be one entrance
One.
to a couple buildings up there, we think, and then there'll be other entrances. Kind of where the existing parking
Okay.
lot is now.
Okay, I was just wondering why that just dead ended there.
Ron, have you looked at that and turning radiuses and all that?
It's got a cul-de-sac there.
Where's this?
It is, that cul-de-sac is wider, it's larger. Ron, than the Cedar Circle. cul-de-sac.
What's on the same side?
A little more.
That's underground.
Okay.
So there's no
Water,
island.
water.
The same down near those condos where Ladies Bathtub is and then one up. Behind King's Playhouse.
That should be good.
Okay.
Yeah, can we go home? We have an hour's on.
An hour.
It's
been over there 35
Make a
minutes.
motion, we move this to the 14th. The
It's
14th.
the 28th. The next meeting's the 28th, 2 weeks from tonight. You wanna do it in 2 weeks, or we don't need to do it in a month.
How much time do you need to get all those easements done?
Easements will take long. I mean, they're very standard stuff. What will be,
We should check.
I'll need to be filling in the blanks once we get the description everybody did.
Okay.
And you need to, he needs to take a look at those lots.
Right, next meeting is February 28th, and the following meeting is March 13th.
You're not gonna be here.
I'm not gonna be here, no, March, at the end of March, I won't be here.
Does the March 13th work for you, or do you want to pick on the date?
I wouldn't want to go any later than that. I mean, if Ray is still on,
Yeah,
which
let's
it
have
looks like he is,
Ray too.
he obviously is gonna have a much more thorough review, and I didn't know if he could estimate how when he thinks he's gonna have the rest of the review.
Would the 13th make sense, or would some other date? Ray,
What's that, Carol? I'm sorry.
are you awake? With the continuing until the 13th, would that give you and, Scott enough time to go back and forth? And be ready?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we'll have our review done well in advance of that and get that to them, and how quickly they can turn it around in order to respond. That would be dictated by them and their schedule.
That's 4 weeks.
Let's tentatively put the 13th.
On to.
March 13th, and that's the same thing, if for some reason.
If
We're not
we need to
ready,
continue, we would
just let me know, and hopefully I'll know like Thursday. Before the following Wednesday, so I can put it on the agenda, so that all the people who care. See the agenda and say, oh, we're not ready to come down, so. I can stay home. or whatever.
all the others, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No bother. Is there anything else on that agenda, on the 13th?
The one you just.
Those two things.
The two that we just put there.
Right, that's all I have so far.
Should we put, pen base camp on it?
What?
No, we're just gonna send a letter for that.
I'm thinking we should limit it to that unless there's a quickie coming. in
Yes, I
out
think
here,
we should limit it to that.
but No
I
big, major. This is the
11 o'clock.
second meeting in a row.
11:30 is a
It's
little too
midnight.
long.
Is there a motion to continue this hearing to
So
March
moved.
13th?
Second.
Who made this? Who made the motion? Paul made the motion, Joe, you're all in favor?
Aye.
Any public participation? Yeah,
You want over there?
you're not covered anyway.
You didn't even approve the minutes.
We don't have any.
didn't have any.
Oh, yes, you did.
Even I remember that.
Thanks, right.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Where we get the tank started,